Okay, what's up, y'all? Thank you for coming to another Duel of Concepts event where we have dialogue to encourage brilliant and thoughtful exchanges. And today is no different. Today we have my highly anticipated 3-on-3 Kamala versus Trump debate. So for quick introductions, arguing on the side of Trump, we have OG Moses, Craig, and Critical Camp. That is box number 9, 10, and 11. And for Team Kamala, we have Purple Diva, Chocolate Goody, and Queen Bee. Uh, I'm really excited for this one. I know this was one of the first debates that I wanted to do on this channel, and I'm excited. And as for the judges tonight, we have Munchie Man in box 1, Ruby in box 2, and Humble in box 3. And last but not least, today fact checking. And we have Fusion Design. Um, so tonight's debate is going to run a little bit differently. Each team will be answering questions tonight. I already provided each team with their questions that they're going to be answering. These questions came from me just spying on everybody's pages, listening to all of the political banter going back and forth. And I came up with some questions. With that being said, they will still be able to rebuttal and counter each other's answers to the questions. So that has not changed. Uh, we'll be doing a popular vote at the end of each round. And also, the judges will have 3 minutes at the end of each round to give their critiques, comments, or questions. But judges will be holding their score until the end of the debate. So please have a pen and paper with you for the scoring. With that being said, the judges, really quickly, go ahead, Munchie. What's up?
You can finish and I'll ask after.
No problem. Remind me. So with that being said, the judges will be judging on how they directly address the question, clearly explain their position. If you made a convincing case, if you have specific evidence to explain your position, explains the other side's weaknesses, and in the counter response, did you respond directly to the other side's critiques? So you will be judging on all of that those criteria, and fact checking will happen in the beginning of the rebuttal round. You will get 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond to the fact check. And lastly, each team will have up to 7 minutes for the opening question and 6 minutes to answer each question thereafter that. So each round will be 6 minutes except for the opening question, which will be 7 minutes. 4 minutes for rebuttals, 4 minutes for counters. The teams, like I said before, the teams got their questions beforehand. So before I ask the question, I will be asking them who will be answering this question. And that person would unmute, and then I will ask the question. How you delegate your time is on you. Okay. I will be giving 2 minute warnings, and I'm also giving a 1 minute grace period. I will be doing the timing for this debate. And I see we have a couple of questions. So I'm gonna go to Munchie and then I'm gonna go to OG. What's going on?
Okay, so I have two questions. First, are we not judging per round anymore? And is this going to be after the 3 rounds are done, then we'll judge? Or would it be after every round, be given the 6 point judging? That's my first question. Second question is on the rules of judging you have for the fact checking. If they had an incorrect fact check, then that can cost them something, right? So if if the challenger asked for a fact check and the facts were accurate and correct, do I in turn ding the person who asked for a fact check? Those are my two questions.
Okay, so for the first question, after each round, you will be given 3 minutes to give any comments, questions, or critiques. But I would like for you to hold the score to the end of the third round because I don't want each team counting up the scores after each round. So you'll be able to still give your critiques, just the score, hold off on. And then at the end, I will ask you what your score was for round one, two, etc. Now, for the fact checking, um, the person who gives the incorrect fact will lose a point. But that's not something that you have to worry about as a judge. That will be something that I will be keeping track of. And thank you for asking that question because I actually left that out of my introduction. So I already told you guys in private that for incorrect facts, you will lose a point. But that was just being said for the audience. But like I said, you don't have to worry about that part unless it affects how you view your judging, then that's all on you.
Yeah, but I got that part. What I was saying is, let's say I wanted to fact check a movie, and when they did the fact check, what she said was accurate and factual. Do I, in turn, get dinged, right, for requesting a fact check or for something that was factual?
No, 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 no.
Okay, gotcha. That was that was
Yeah,
my
no, no,
question.
no, no. And Moses, you had a question
Yeah.
as well?
So for our time, being that we could use it the way that we want, is it cool that we just when it's our time we're all unmuted and we just do our thing because we flow better that way?
Yeah, that will be okay, but you have to synchronize your talking for the audio because then it's not gonna pick up if y'all start talking over each other. So make
We
sure
definitely, yeah,
that
we won't do that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So just make sure that y'all have a little flow with what y'all doing, and I'm cool. And that goes the same for you too, Team Purple. But like I said, I will be asking who's gonna start off the question just so I can know when to start the timer, and just so you know.
That's fine. That's fine.
Um, okay. With that being said, does anybody else have any questions? Because that was the end of my little spiel.
Also, I hear feedback from Box 4. I don't know if everybody else is hearing it. Just to let you know, it's not nothing I can't deal with. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, got
Feedback from
you.
me.
Brett, we have a little bit of feedback. If you can mute until we need you, that would be great. Thank you. With that being said, anybody else? Okay, so I'm gonna ask Purple and Moses if you both can get out the dice emoji. If you
I'll let the
can't
ladies go
find it,
first, unless she doesn't want to.
I have no idea where the dice emoji is.
it's right next to the hand emoji. We're just gonna do it how
Oh,
we
I
usually
see
do
it.
it with the dice
Okay,
emoji.
Oh, I see it.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm rolling.
All right. Wait. Okay. Wait. That was a test. Okay. On the count of three, we're gonna press it together. 1, 2, 3. Moses, you get to choose anyway. You would like for her to go first, or you going first?
Yeah, I want the ladies to go first.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
With that being said, we are going to go to the first question, which will be 7 minutes on this clock. Give me 1 second to get my timer together. Teams,
You,
are you ready?
you mean
Who
our
will be
opening
answering?
statement? You mean our opening
Yes,
statement?
yes. But remember, it was a question. So for the audience sake, I have to say the question so you guys could be able
Mhm.
to, so they know what you guys are talking about. So for this portion, who will be answering this part?
I will.
Okay.
Chocolate.
No problem. And the same rules go for you guys. If y'all want to piggyback and tag
I
team off
didn't
of
know
each other,
Chocolate was a
that's fine.
dude, man. My bad, bro. I That's why I
So
was
it's all
saying the
good,
ladies
man.
like that.
I get that.
Okay.
It's all
All
good.
right, my bad.
Yeah.
No problem. Now that we got that cleared up. So for the audience and for Chalk, what are key criticisms of the opposing candidate's political background that you highlight tonight? Start now.
Well, thank you for asking and giving me this opportunity. When evaluating Donald Trump's political background and looking for some of the clear criticisms, um, what emerges is a clear picture of a leader whose actions have been constantly marked by divisiveness, political failures, and self-interest over political good. One of the most glaring criticisms of his administration has been his chaotic leadership, which resulted in a fractured government response to national crises, such as the COVID response, which is a tragic example. Rather than taking decisive action and using scientific backed measures, Trump's leadership failed and fueled misinformation, undermining public health experts, and contributed to a staggering death toll. Lives were lost during the whole thing, which is a failure of leadership at a critical time. Another major concern is Trump's disregard for democratic institutions. His repeated attacks on the judiciary, the free press, the electoral integrity, notably the 2020 election, set a dangerous precedent. His refusal to accept the results for a free and fair election and his role in exciting the January 6th insurrection highlighted a pattern of undermining the very foundation of our democracy. Equally troubling, Trump chose alignment with corporate elites and the wealthy. His tax policies during the 2017 tax cuts overwhelmingly benefited the richest Americans and large corporations, while leaving the working class families with little long-term benefit. This widening economic inequality under his administration is proof where his priorities truly lie. In contrast, Kamala Harris has a proven track record of fighting for equality, integrity, and the well-being of all Americans. She stands for the strengthening of democracy, of democratic institutions, creating economic opportunities for working class families, and leading with compassion and competence. Looking at Trump's political background, it's clear of his leadership style is not something that the country needs. One other critical thing that happened during Trump's administration was the sheer number of people who had criminal investigations, indictments, convictions, and which plagued his administration. The key figures in Trump's orbit that were arrested or convicted for serious crimes featured Paul Manafort in 2016. His campaign chairman was convicted of tax fraud, bank fraud, and conspiracy charges. Michael Cohen, Trump's personal attorney, pled guilty to tax evasion, campaign finance violations, and lying to Congress. And of course, the hush money payment deal. Roger Stone, the long-term advisor of Trump, was convicted for witness tampering and lying to Congress during the Russia investigation. These arrests and convictions point to an administration that operated with little regard to the rule of law, undermining public trust and the integrity of government. Equally troubling is Trump's own legal entanglements. As of today, we know he has the 34 convictions of the felony charges, of which he was ruled by his public peers. Multiple criminal indictments, including charges related to his attempts to overthrow the 2020 election, his involvement in the events leading up to the 2020, the January 6th insurrection, where he incited violence, attack on the Capitol, underscoring his willingness to put personal political ambitions above the sanity of the democracy.
2 minute
I
warning.
don't know how much more time I have left. Okay, good. So Trump's leadership style was marked by deep divisions. His administration's handling of critical issues such as immigration, racial injustice, and public health only exacerbated national tensions. His family separation policy at the U.S.-Mexico border, for instance, was not only cruel, but also a mere failure. Thousands of children were torn from their families, an action that will have lasting emotional and psychological impacts. Furthermore, his administration mismanaged the COVID pandemic, which left thousands and thousands of Americans died. You'll see today that there's a clear difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and what their administrations have to offer to America. And I'll land my plane. Thank you for letting me speak.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. So that, like I said, this is just an opening statement, so there will be no rebuttals or counters. It's just that we have a question that we had for them to answer and to be specific on. So with that being said, I'm going to Team OG, who will be answering this question for you.
I'm gonna start it off. My thing is
No,
that
wait, hold on. I'm gonna count you in to start the
okay.
time. No problem. So your time begins now.
Hold on. They want to know the question again. So should we do that again?
Yes, we're going to do it again. No problem. What are key criticisms of the opposing candidate's political background? That's what they're answering for their opening statement. So with that being said, I'm going to count you in. The time begins now.
Okay. So for the most part, I'm basing this off of what this lady has stood for. She's definitely flip-flopped a million times, it seems like now. At first, she wasn't for the wall. Then her and Biden later on said they're going to continue parts of the wall. Lately, she's been even saying she needs to toughen up on immigration. But there was a time where she was saying these people shouldn't be criminalized and we should be welcoming them in. So it's kind of, one of those things where I'm looking at this lady and I'm like, what do you stand for? What are your real policies? Why aren't you consistent? When you talk about being in the political position of the vice president, she was there for 33 major decisions, more than any other vice president. Biden has recently even said, hey, her handprints is all over this administration. She was right there. We were a team. So at that point, then I have to say, well, based off of the last 4 years or 3.5 years that we've had under this administration, I can see a clear decision on why I would support the other candidate. I'll land there. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris, just to piggyback off of that, she has done nothing but flip-flop. She's even here recently came out and in a rally this week told a Christian that he was at the wrong rally. Like, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand how anybody could want to vote for someone who claims that they're all about American values, but yet gives word salads every time she gives a speech. Can't really put good sentences together. And anytime she's asked about things like the economy, she jumps in on, I grew up in a middle-class family. Like, that's crazy.
Well, And you know what I thought about this, Craig, with her. I'm gonna read it out for y'all. Things Kamala Harris supports: abolishing ICE, decriminalizing illegal crossings, defunding the police, mandatory gun buybacks, naturalizing and in fact,
You're breaking up, Moses.
Wait, hold on. I'm stopping the clock. Oh, OG, you're breaking up. Swan, I need that box.
supporting the GND.
Hey, wait, OG, OG, you were breaking up, so we missed a lot of what you were saying. And Swan, I need that box. Queen is a part of the debate. I need that box. Thanks, sis. Queen, you can come back up. She's having a little bit of issues with her Wi-Fi, so if she just drops down, just leave that box open so she can come right back up because she is a part of the debate. With that being said, OG, I'm about to count you in. 4 minutes, 25 seconds to go.
I'm just
You
gonna
are
post
good.
some comments for people to read,
Can we get a sound check?
just in case my service.
Yeah, so Moses got some tough service going on. I would also add that I couldn't vote for someone who was selected and not elected. She was never she got 0 votes from any civilian in the United States to be the president of the United States. When people voted, they voted for her to be the vice president of the United States, not the president. She was selected, not elected. If they would have done that to us, we would have. I mean, I'm just saying, for me, myself, I would not go vote. If the Republican Party stepped out and said Donald Trump is who you are going to vote for, if you're going to vote on the Republican ticket, I wouldn't vote at all.
Yeah. Some of my criticisms of Kamala Harris is that she aligned herself alongside someone she openly designated as racist. If that ain't a kick in the bucket for all of us, I don't know what it is. You know, not only that, I think she lacks leadership. That's proven by the overturn in her cabinet members. You know, the people that worked under her. She also lacks candor when it comes to how to appropriate government. She lacks a foundation of even curtailing some of these big influencers, these super PACs, these corporations. I don't think she stands tall against the influence that a lot of these industries can have, you know, in comparison to somebody like Donald Trump, who can seemingly form a dream team to carry out what he feels he needs to do. And I feel like Kamala Harris lacks that.
I also think whenever you're thinking about foreign affairs and foreign issues, you're talking about having somebody negotiate war when she was sent to do exactly that, to speak to people, and 3 days later the invasions happened. And we're supposed to trust that this lady is going to be the one that can stop the shit from happening. I have a hard time believing that could ever be fact. And then you're also talking about sending her to Israel to speak to the leaders, and you're talking about a group of people that have almost zero respect for women. I can't trust that she would be the one to do that and do a good job with it. I have a problem with that as well.
2-minute warning.
I mean, like Moses said too, she's flip flopped on several things, and I think he was speaking on. She spoke about a mandatory gun buyback, which she has in the past. Now, granted, now she's not. Now she's saying that she's not going to. In the past, she absolutely did say she wanted a mandatory gun buyback. She wanted to be able to go into the sanctity of your home and make sure that you're storing your firearms in a proper manner. That is not something the government has the right to do. Our Second Amendment should be protected. Donald Trump wants to protect that. Go ahead.
And I think lastly, I say that we have to pay attention to where how she performed in the prelims for the Democrats. She finished last and was one of the first nominees to drop out of the race. You know, so we align that with the overwhelming support we have now against the genuine um, respect people had for her when she was running for president on her own. And it's telling, it's very telling, and it's alarming that she's being forced down our throats the way she is.
I think we good there.
Okay, perfect. That was a great, strong round from the both of you guys. Congratulations on that. We are going to round one, which is now going to be 6 minutes on the clock. Remember, 6 minutes. Um, for this round, again, Purple, you will be starting. Well, Team Purple, you will be starting. And who will be answering the first question for your team?
Chocolate.
Perfect. Okay, Chocolate. I'm gonna read the question, and then I'm gonna count you in to answer. Remember, 6 minutes on the clock. How does your candidate feel about corporations being taxed at higher rates to pay for public welfare? 6 minutes on the clock, and you can start now.
All right. Kamala Harris believes that corporations should absolutely pay their fair share of taxes, particularly when it comes to funding public welfare programs that benefit the entire country. The idea isn't about punishing success, but about ensuring a fair and just economic system that works for everyone, not just wealthiness among us. Trump's administration made corporate tax cuts one of its center points with the 2017 tax bill, reducing corporate tax rates significantly. But what did we see? A windfall of the big corporations, stock buybacks, bonuses for executives, while the middle class and Americans saw only a modest temporary benefit. The idea of trickle down economics simply does not work, and Trump's tax policy proved that. In contrast, Kamala Harris understands that investments in public welfare, such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure, are investments in the people who drive our economy. Corporations benefit from the country's resources, infrastructure, and workforce, and they have the responsibility to give back by contributing to the systems that allow them to thrive. Higher corporate taxes, particularly for the most profitable companies, will ensure we can provide for programs that improve quality for life for all Americans, whether that's affordable health care, early childhood education, combating homelessness. Kamala Harris is committed to restoring fairness to our tax system and making sure the burden doesn't fall unfairly on working families. Ultimately, I don't know how much time I have left. How much time I have left, real quick, please, Judge?
3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Perfectly. So, what I recognize when it comes into looking at the corporate tax rates and things like that is that if you make over $400,000 a year, or you have capital gains over $1 million a year, you should definitely be all for Trump's tax cuts, because you will not be taxed on your unrealized capital gains, and you will not get taxed as much if you make more than $400,000 a year. But in my opinion, for those of us who are actually out here living in this life, who aren't making $400,000 a year, then Kamala Harris's tax cuts absolutely help women with children, married people. You got tax cuts for buying homes. You have tax cuts for business. Like right now, you can only write out $5,000 for startup on a new business. Kamala Harris is going to make it $50,000 for a startup on a new business. What that means is that you get to keep more of your money when you start a new business. So when it comes into opportunity for the middle class and those more like us, absolutely, Kamala Harris wins on that. If you happen to be one of the ones who are rich and you make more than 400,000 a year, and you happen to have capital gains that are over $1 million, and you happen to be stupid enough not to be borrowing on that $1 million so you don't have to pay taxes, well, I'm not driving, y'all. I'm sitting in the car though. Damn, they warning me and shit. Let me calm down. All I'm saying is
Morning.
absolutely, you will want Trump if you make that kind of money. I'll land my plane. Thank you.
I'd also like to add that the Tax Foundation has said that Trump's tax plan will add $5.8 trillion to the deficit, while Kamala's plan will only add $1.2 trillion to the deficit.
Facts. Check them.
You still have a minute 15 on the clock if you want to continue, or if you're finished, you just got to let me know.
Oh, Purple, did you have anything else to add? Anybody else on the team? I hate to waste time. All I want to
Yeah,
say is,
not for
Go
me.
ahead, Purple.
No,
Oh, okay.
I added
Well,
what I wanted to add.
all right. Well, for the sake of time, when it comes into those who might not believe what we're saying, it is about fact checking. It is about seeing and knowing for yourself. Because if anybody has paid attention to any of the rallies, any of the interviews that have been going on, there's a clear difference of who's actually for you or not, or for your children or not, or for your family or not. That's what matters. One clearly does not care. The other one, if you don't believe that she does, all you have to do is watch her record and her actions. I'll land my plane.
And I also forgot about the tax credits for families. 6,000 for um a newborn. Well, oh God, I got the numbers. 6,000 for a newborn, and then I think it's a total of 6,000 for a newborn and 6,500 for children 17. Sorry about that.
It it actually is $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. Then it goes down to 3,500, and then it goes down again one more time to 3,000 as they get older. Because currently it's 2,500.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
Okay, so we are going to go into Team Trump's rebuttal. You have 4 minutes on the clock. Let me know who will be starting the rebuttal so I can know when to start. Okay, Moses. Your time, if you can unmute, your time begins now.
Man, where do we start? This shit's like child's play. Man, listen, startup companies are not for the average entrepreneur, okay? That's like what you see on Shark Tank, new inventions and things of that nature. So when she's talking about startups, she isn't directly talking to the person who wants to start up a t-shirt company or barbershop, mechanic shop. She's not speaking to us. Okay, and we already have loan programs for that. The other thing is she's on some bullshit with this, and I would think, as old as the people on this panel is, that y'all can see through this bullshit. She can't rush any of this shit through Congress. It don't fucking work like that. It's like y'all just be drunk off the Kool-Aid with this chick, man. I really don't get it. It's like, listen, man. Under Trump, we had the lowest tax cuts for everybody, corporations, small businesses, everybody. We were eating. Now, most of you motherfuckers that are getting $7,000 and $8,000, $9,000 tax returns shouldn't even be fucking talking. We shouldn't even fucking hear from you. You're not even part of the conversation. You're getting your tax money back. We're talking about the people that are paying into the pot, the ones that are barely into the six-figure salary. We're
Yep.
talking to them. Now I'll let you go, Craig, because that shit just got on my damn nerves listening to that po-ass story.
So Trump lowered the corporate tax from, I think it was 35% down to 21%. That's what he lowered the corporate tax rate to, and he's
The lowest is
he's
15%.
he
15%.
wants to he wants to move it as low as 15%. That's what he wants to do, but he would settle for even 20 at this point. That came out of his mouth. Um, he also wants to use tariffs not to to cost the American people more money, but to bring companies that are overseas into this nation, so that these companies can start producing and making stuff within our nation, so they don't have to pay those tariffs, and that
That's a
creates
fact
jobs and creates wealth here. That's what he
because
wants to
people,
do. So I I don't think I don't think that people really understand the way that tariffs can be used. They can be used in a bad way, but they can also be used in a way that benefits our nation. So, um, go ahead, Camp.
yeah, it's the nature of business. Tariffs are a way that we incentivize uh, business being done where it benefits us. Business should always benefit you. If you're in business and it's not benefiting you, you hustling backwards. Not to mention that the protections Trump proposed, he signed an executive order that would punish, not only penalize, but also acquiesce the money for any corporation that destabilize any nation, any multinational corporation. He also signed executive orders regarding offshore bank accounts. This is the way corporations and CEOs been getting around taxes for the longest. You know what I mean? It's a loophole, but you have to incentivize doing the right thing. And corporate tax breaks is incentivizing from the top and doing the right thing. If not that, we had the problem like we had in the '90s, where all this money, all this American money, is not in our economy. This money doesn't serve us well when it's sitting in the offshore bank account collecting interest.
Ter-
We need our money here circulating, and we have to do that by incentivizing business, production, um, global headquarters here in America. He made Google come back. He made Apple come back. He made a lot of the auto industry come back, and he did that through incentives. If it made
yeah,
dollars, it
because
made sense.
bro, the reason why they respect the tariffs is because at the end of the day, it we have the competition here. We don't need them. We're a big market for them. So why should we let them come over here and dominate any area of business? That's not America first. It's just how it
And
got to work.
I would
It
also say
creates
that
opportunity.
I would also say that Kamala is just going to do the same thing that Joe Biden did and attack our energy sector. She's going to
30
continue to
seconds
do that.
period.
All right, and let's talk
Yeah.
about perspective real quick. In their initial statement, they make $400,000 a year look like a moonshot. Come on, we got to believe in ourselves as better people. We got to not cut the legs off of people that's coming behind us. $400,000 ain't a lot of money. $1 million is not a lot of money to make a year. We're
Right.
doing that online.
Okay.
That's your
And
time.
I
That's your
oh, that
time,
is our
guys.
time.
Yeah, that was your time. No problem, no problem. Save it. We still got you around to go, so don't worry. We are going to Team Kamala. They are going to do their
Um,
counter argument. Who will be starting the counter?
is this where I can ask for? I don't know. I don't
A
know if I'm
fact check?
asking for a fact check or a clarification. I don't know if that's allowed.
Yes,
Can I ask for a clarification?
yes.
I believe it was Critical said he brought back Apple, and where did they go? They weren't overseas
Their
companies.
their headquarters were overseas. Would take them points, Apple and Google.
Okay, so I need a fact check on that because I worked at both of those places and I don't recall headquarters being overseas.
Okay.
So, can we have a fact check on where Apple and who?
And Google, he said they were headquartered overseas.
Okay, so can we have a fact check on the headquarters of both Apple and Google?
Absolutely.
Okay, so while they
And
are getting,
um, I
uh-huh.
also, I also, would like another fact check. I think Craig said that corporate tax was at 35% when Trump took office.
Craig, you said 35%?
I said that I believe that it was about 35%, but he moved it. He changed it down to 21 with the new tax cut.
So while
So what are we
Fusion is
focusing on? Are you
Apple.
saying that it's
well,
Also.
not 21%
Oh,
now?
no, no, no. No. Um, I would say I thought you said 35. I mean, if you said you believe,
The cat,
I'm not gonna
the tax cut, the tax cuts.
I'm not gonna push it if that's just what you
Well,
believe. If
the
you were
tax
stating it
cuts
as
and
I
a
do
Job
have
fact.
the
Act. You
fact
can
check
fact
on that
check it
also.
for sure. The Tax Cuts and Job Act was which reduced. That's what reduced it from 35 down to 21%. And you can fact check that. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
I
I have
do
a
have them
fact
both.
check return. Oh,
Oh, go ahead,
go.
bro. You want to do
Okay, so I was
Apple or
going
you
to.
want to do tax?
I was gonna say that
I
is
got
true. What he just said.
one second,
It
Greg.
was that, and then they lowered it down. Absolutely. And right now it's at 21%. Trump wants to lower it down to 20%. But again, that does not benefit you.
wait, hold on just a
Outside of
second.
there's no.
Hold on just a second, because I'm going to let my fact checkers give their answers, and then you'll be able to respond to what you've heard within the counter. Okay? So for the first fact check, Fusion or Rep, whoever wants to go first.
I'll take the first one. Okay, so fact check. Apple's main headquarters was located in at Apple Park in Cupertino, California, since 2017. For Google, Google's main headquarters, known as the Googleplex, has remained in Mountain View, California, for over the last 4 years.
So where was it before 2017?
17.
Was there any time where the headquarters were overseas?
Mm-hmm. Is it? They were in
So I
Shanghai.
asked that also. Um, so the answer was no. Apple,
Oh
Apple
shit! Let
Inc.
me show this
and
shit.
Google.
Hold on, man.
Hold on. Let the fact checkers fact check.
Uh, Actually, let me go back. Yeah. Okay, so Apple and Google have never had their official headquarters located overseas. Both headquarters had also always had their headquarters in California. Apple was founded in 1976. While it was a global presence with offices and manufacturing around the world, its headquarters have always been in Apple Park. And
That-
Google was found in 1988
We're talking about
in
manufacturing companies, though, bro.
Menlo. No, we're speaking of the headquarters of the place, of the company, which was what was
When
stated. So
when he
Menlo
says bring
Park
jobs back,
in
we're talking about
1988 later
manufacturing.
moved to
Hold
Mountain View.
Let them
hold
have it,
on, y'all.
bro.
The
Menlo,
fact checked was about headquarters. She's also doubled down and asked again if we were making sure that we were talking about headquarters. Now, this is the fact check for said headquarters. Now, can you continue?
yes. So Google was found in Menlo Park in California in 1988, later moved to Mountain View, California, where the Googleplex now serves as its headquarters. Um, I'll leave the rest there.
So food for put it down in the comments as well that they have moved headquarters all over the world. They have headquarters all over the world.
No, they have what, for lack of a better term, satellite offices. All these companies have offices Google has an office in Seattle as well. But when I asked for clarification, he said headquarters. Headquarters is headquarters, not
including
manufacturing headquarters, not satellite offices.
Apple has headquarters in multiple countries. This is just AI, real quick. In multiple countries, including the United States, Ireland, Singapore, and China. Apple has an office in Shanghai and a major manufacturing hub in, I don't even know, China, some town in China. Apple Asia Pacific operations are based in Singapore with major office in Ang Mo Kio.
A
I
major
mean,
office is not a headquarters, and I asked specifically headquarters. I didn't say manufacturing headquarters. I asked for clarification. That's the clarification I was given, and that was what was fact checked. Can't move the goalpost.
Yeah, uh, we're gonna move on because right now that is the case. We were talking about headquarters, not manufacturing headquarters, not offices, not main offices. I heard her when she asked about the main, about the headquarters. With that being said, um, uh, I'm sorry, Team Trump, but you will lose that point for that fact checking. When it comes to the counter, Purple, are you also starting the counter?
Yeah, so there was a second fact check.
Oh, yeah, there was a second fact check.
Oh, oh, sorry. Yes, the second fact check as well. Rep, you want to do that one?
I didn't get the question. I'll have to have it reworded, please.
Well, I thought in clarification of that second fact check that because he said believed to be and not to be a fact, that we wasn't fact checking that. But if you want to the clarification, am I wrong in that?
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on what he said because he wasn't quite sure, and
yeah,
that's
no.
all.
So, Tax Cuts and Job Act moved the corporate tax rate from 35% down to 21%. That's what I said. I
Okay.
didn't actually name the act, uh,
Oh, I didn't
but
know.
uh,
You're good. You're
but
good.
that's really
Okay.
what it was. So,
Okay.
but
So
chocolate
now,
admitted to that was a fact too. So, I mean, he said there was no need to fact check that.
yeah, that's what I thought. I heard as well. So that's why I was moving past it. But now that we got that out of the way, um, Purple, are you starting the counter?
I think I kind of did already with the
No, that
headquarters
was
thing.
just a fact check, girl. That was just a fact check. But you have 4 minutes between you and your team if any of you want to start the counter.
Jen, do you have Queen? Do you have something you'd like to say?
I just I just want to
Okay, well,
address what they were.
I'm gonna count you in for the timer. For timer's sake, I'm gonna count you in. So your
Okay.
time begins now. 4 minutes on the clock.
I just kind of want to address some of the things they said in relation to economics as far as like tariffs. Oh, that's how things work. No, tariffs are horrible for the economy. Yes, do we have currently have tariffs in place? Yeah, we have a few in place, but the Donald Trump wants to impose a ton of tariffs, and all tariffs do is raise costs to consumers. When you put a tariff on another country and we import their goods, they don't take the hit. We, as consumers in the United States, take the hit. All they do is increase our prices. We pay for it. They get their money back. It doesn't do anything to help us as people here in the United States. Number one. Number two, you guys are talking about, reducing the corporate tax rate, because if you reduce the corporate tax rate, then that money can be used for consumers and the employees and this, that, and the third. It doesn't work like that. Let's be for real. The first person who tried that was Ronald Reagan. He was the first person who lowered the corporate tax rate, and with his Reaganomics plan, and that plan is still adversely affecting us today in 2024. So lowering corporate tax rates and having this so-called trickle down effect, that never works. Corporations, all they do is line their own pockets, do stock buybacks, raise their CEOs and their corporate heads' salaries, give themselves more bonuses. They don't give increases to the people who actually work for them. They don't give better benefits to the people that work for them. They don't do none of that stuff. Look at Amazon, for instance. The guy who owns Amazon, I can't think of his name right now, but
Bezos.
Jeff Bezos, thank you. Jeff Bezos is making money hand over fist. He makes something like $1 million per minute or 1.5, some crazy number of money per minute per day because we're all addicted to Amazon. The people who actually work at Amazon ain't getting nothing back. I know people personally who work at Amazon. They're over there fighting for their benefits. Amazon treats them like trash. The only reason they don't have that problem in California is because our governor put a stop to that and ensured that they get their proper breaks, their proper lunches, all of that stuff. So all these arguments about corporate tax rates and tariffs and all that, it's all not good for us in the United States, not good for our economy. Corporate tax rates need to be raised to pay for social programs for the United States, for people in the United States of America, veterans, people who are older and can't work, people who have disabilities that they didn't have no part in, or even people who have disabilities that they did have a part in. Without corporate taxes, without taxing the people who make the most money in this country, you cannot support these things. And I don't know if you know this, but long time ago, the corporate tax rate used to be 99%. Now it's all the way down to 21. Be for real. What are you supporting with 21% corporate tax rate? Nothing. That's all I got to say.
Also, many places, I most recently read on the taxpolicycenter.org, which is a nonpartisan group, believes that the Trump tariffs would raise household taxes and slow imports. There's lots of nonpartisan groups out there that are stating that the amount he wants to raise tariffs by would actually hurt our economy. Um, it would force, as Queen said, it would force the difference onto us. We would, as consumers, would pay more.
Hold
It
on.
would also affect the manufacturing sector, according to these organizations. And if we raise our tariffs, they're going to raise their tariffs. So stuff that we import to manufacture would cost us more as well, and that would hurt the economy.
30 seconds left in your grace period. Are you going to use it?
Not unless Chocolate wants to weigh in.
Oh, I just wanted to throw in there with that 30 seconds. Just think about free childcare. You know what I mean? The increase of people on their Social Security. You know what I mean? Infrastructure being able to be
Real
taken care
quick,
of.
sorry, Chocolate. Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick, I want to point something out. During President Trump's 4 years in office, he raised the deficit by an accumulated $7.8 trillion. So clearly he don't know what he's doing when it comes to money,
Period.
especially for someone who has a business or a degree in economics.
Time. Yes. It got spicy at the end there. Time. With that being said, that is the end of Purple's question and Team Purple's question and rebuttal. We're gonna go to OG Moses. We're gonna ask you the same question we asked Purple. We're gonna ask you the same question we asked Team Purple. How does your candidate feel about corporations being taxed at higher rates to pay for public welfare? Who will be starting off the
You
answer?
are. I'm gonna start it off, but we already know Trump. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. You got to start the clock. I
Yeah,
forget the
one second. Got you. Your time will begin now.
Okay. So we know that Trump is definitely for lowering the corporate tax cuts. So that's over with and done with, right? But I want to go back to the tariffs, right? I'm gonna keep posting this because it's like it seems like people are just really misleading with how tariffs work, right? Yes, the other person on the other side of the fence over there is not happy about the tariffs and they want to go up on their prices, but they can't because we have a competitive market. Okay, and at the end of the day, we're not gonna lose. Where we're losing at is allowing them to make cheap products and compete with us. That's where we're losing. We have a big market here. You're acting like we can't get these things here, but we can make them here. That's why you bring jobs back. That's how you do these things. That's how you stimulate an economy. We need to sell to them and make them buy from us more than we ever buy from them. That's the way a deal should work. Go ahead,
And
Craig.
increasing those tariffs like Trump has. If Democrats had such a big problem with it, they would have to explain to me why they left these tariffs, especially the ones on China, in place. The reason why those tariffs are in place was because it did generate money that the United States is using. They're using that money, part of our federal budget. If
Trillions.
I'm not mistaken, it's trillions of dollars that gets brought back into this country through the tariffs. And it also has incentivized other companies that are in other nations to seek out building factories and buildings and in this country. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Toyota have a company in the United States? Didn't that happen under Trump whenever he was president? I mean, is that a mistake? Am I just full of it? Toyota start building cars in Texas under Trump?
You haven't done your research. That's all.
So who started who when did they start building trucks in?
Are you asking for a fact check on yourself?
No. I'm asking you when it happened. So the reason why I would do that is because obviously he's doing something right. If these companies are starting to come back into the United States and building here and we're buying here, we were selling rice to China under Trump. That's crazy. We had them buying rice from us. And you think Trump doesn't know anything about the economy?
We had over 150 million people working in this country, the most in U.S. history. This is all before COVID. We had the lowest gas prices. I can post them if you want the evidence. I mean, this is just the facts. We were
And
booming. We were booming.
the largest the largest amount of the money that was spent under Trump happened during COVID, and we know why. Democrats wanted to shut the country down, pushed to shut the country down. And when you shut the country down, you tell people they have to stay at home. The government has to fund that. The government has to pay
Trump
for
was
that.
against the shutdown. He spoke totally against it. Everybody knew he was against it. Y'all tried to say it was causing people to lose lives. And another thing, the CDC said that all of those mandates that they implied and all of those restrictions didn't help the spread. So all that stuff that y'all are saying Trump could have done to prevent it didn't work. And y'all can fact check that. That was said in front of Congress.
Two
So,
minute
that's
warning.
how I feel about it. Camp, you want to get in there?
I
Can
mean,
you get in
like
there? I know
like
you're there.
Tanya said too, he passed
Right, hey,
3.2 trillion in tax relief for the middle class. I mean, that's I don't know what you guys are doing. I mean, I don't know where you guys are coming from, thinking that he doesn't know economics. He
we
does
ate
want to
better
use tariffs.
under Trump there. $100
He
stretch
does want to
further.
use tariffs, and we should use tariffs. Absolutely, I agree with it.
And I agree with the corporate tax cut because shit rolls downhill. If a company's not paying you right, like say at Amazon, quit. You don't need Amazon. Amazon needs you. The only reason why they can have a high turnover rate is because people allow it. The day Amazon realizes they ain't got no motherfuckers driving these gray trucks, they they're gonna make some adjustments. It is what it is. They better do
Well,
something.
he also
You see what
Jeff
happened at the
Bezos is
ports?
also paying for college for people that work for him. He's also, I mean, he's got programs for the people that work for him. I mean, and you guys act like he's evil, but we want to keep American companies here. We want to have
This ain't
these
about.
big companies in this country that are that are producing and providing jobs for millions of people. But then we want to attack those same people and say, "Oh, well, you're not paying enough in taxes." Man, come on.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you was working for
Wait,
anybody, you would feel the
hold on,
same way if you feel
chocolate.
like you were underpaid.
Chocolate. It's not a dialogue. You gotta let them finish.
It's I mean, it's your rules, but I honestly ain't tripping on him doing that. Just letting you know, but it's your rules. But
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's
Camp,
the time.
you trying to
Anyway.
get in there? You good? Cause I'm done. That's all I had to say for my rebuttal.
Um, I would like to. Can I request some fact checks?
Yeah, 1 second. I just have to remind you guys when this is timed, right? And also it's being recorded. So when it goes back and forth, it's hard to pick up. And also, you know, you gotta let them finish and then y'all gonna have a time to rebut. Like that's why I allowed it time for that to happen. Now to the fact checking. What would you like to fact check, Purple?
I would like to fact check when Toyota started building trucks in Texas. I would like to fact check. I believe Craig said trillions of dollars. Um, and I believe he asked a question about why Biden kept the tariffs in place. And I believe the reason is that China agreed to buy a certain amount of goods, and
Wait,
which
hold
they
on,
have.
Purple. Real quick.
Mhm.
So if
What's
you can
bad
answer
about that?
that part of the question in your rebuttal, I'm about to start the
That,
clock
that
for your rebuttal. We're going to give them time to fact check the facts for you. Okay.
Okay.
Would
Thank you.
you,
Chocolate had his hand up.
And can you repeat the
do you
second
have
fact
a
check?
question or do you want to respond
Um,
to something that you heard within
the second fact check was, I think Craig said that his tariffs brought in trillions.
Yeah, the tariffs on China brought
the
in trillions, or is expected to
Yeah,
bring in trillions.
I would like a fact check on if it brought in trillions, and I also would like a fact check on when Toyota started building trucks in Texas.
So I put the
Yeah,
fact check
got
on the trucks building in Texas. It was in 2006. That's when Toyota started building trucks in Texas.
Thank you, Craig. But
Uh,
we'll handle the fact check. Appreciate it. I'm ready with some of the fact checks if you're ready.
I
Go
am.
ahead.
Okay, so my first question, how much does the U.S. make in tariffs? The answer is in fiscal year 2023, the U.S. government collected approximately 80 billion in tariff revenue. That this represents about 2% of the total federal tax revenue of 4.4 trillion that year. So it was 80 billion. Since the implementation of Trump Biden's tariffs, the U.S. collected a significant amount in additional tariff revenue. As of March 2024, these tariffs generated more than 233 billion higher taxes collected from U.S. consumers. And of this, 89 billion, 38% was collected during Trump's administration. With regards to when Toyota started building trucks in Texas, Toyota Motor Manufacturing Texas started production in 2006, just like Craig said, in San Antonio, Texas. And with regards to, I don't know if you want to take this one. It might be a little subjective, but it was why did Biden keep the tariffs in place? Is how I typed it. And it said leverage in negotiations. Biden's top trade officials, U.S. Trade Representatives Catherine Tai, has argued that tariffs provide leverage that could be useful in the future negotiations with China, even though there are currently no ongoing trade talks. Uh, it gave about 7 additional reasons. I'll give like 3. The second one is lack of changes from China. The Biden administration maintains that China has not made significant changes in the trade practices or economic policies that would warrant removing the tariffs. And the third is Political considerations. Removing the tariffs could be seen as being weak on China and potentially face criticism from both Republicans and Democrats. I'll stop there unless you guys would like me to continue.
No, so from what I'm understanding, Purple, the fact check was for Craig saying that it brought in trillions of dollars, but in fact it has only been billions.
Correct. He also said that Toyota started manufacturing trucks in Texas under Trump.
I didn't say it was under Trump. Never said it was under Trump. But I do believe that tariffs. I do believe that China still had tariffs at the time, whenever they built those factories in Texas. So tariffs work. That's my point.
Yep. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I'll leave it up to Issa. I think that I just got two fact check points.
I mean, you score it however y'all want. We don't care. We we still gonna see it the way we see it. We know that we were accurate. It brings in money. That's why they didn't remove it. Overall, that's all it was.
Well,
Yeah, I get the point of it brings in money. I get that point. The point of the fact check was the fact that Craig said trillions and it was actually in the
It's if you
billions.
look
I
at how
think.
long the tariffs are gonna be in place, it's gonna be worth trillions. That's the whole point of this.
but that's not what
It's
he
about
said.
the money.
He said
But
it.
that's what it
He
is
said
though.
he said it brought in, not it will
I
No, we
bring
said
in.
it's
don't.
gonna bring in. But y'all want to be anal. But so if it's like that, go ahead, score the way you scored. The crowd gonna speak for themselves though. Y'all know what's about to happen. I ain't worried about
Don't.
it.
It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't.
No
I
damn
don't.
well, I ain't worried about it. I'm gonna do this though. Let's do it.
Right. And as far as the second fact check, was the statement that they came and started building cars under Trump. Was that the statement?
No, that wasn't the statement.
The statement that I heard was they started building trucks in Texas, and he
Yeah.
asked me when, and I asked
I
him if he
get.
was asking for a fact check, and he said he was asking me, and he said it was
Right.
under
Okay.
Trump's administration. That's why I
I'm
asked for
not
the
gonna
fact
take
check.
a point. Yeah, I'm not going to take a point for that because in his statement, and even you said that he said, they started building the trucks in Texas. You both of you agreed that he didn't say under Trump because I didn't hear either one of you say that part.
No, I just
And I
said it.
think that,
I just said it.
yeah, yeah. So like I said, I'm not taking the point from him because
Okay.
he was correct as Rep said. It did happen in 2006, what she said. Okay, so now
No,
that we got that.
he said it started under Trump, and that's what I asked for the fact check on. And it started in 2006. Trump wasn't president in 2006.
Okay. So, see, that's where we're getting he say she say part because he say that I don't know if
It's
underneath
in
them saying under Trump
it's in the
He
comment
did say
section. I
that.
said it under Trump.
he
He
did
did.
say it.
Yeah, he said it.
Okay, well,
But the only thing that I have to say to that is that the way I look at it is when manufacturing companies start going overseas, of course they have companies here. But if you're taking them to Mexico and then that becomes a problem, and then Trump says, "Look, we fuck with y'all, but you're going to have to bring more of those jobs back here." That's what happened. I'm gonna say that they've been here since 2006 for sure. But did they start building factories in other places? Absolutely. And under Trump, did they say, "Okay, we'll come back, we'll build them over here"? Yes, they did. Multiple companies did.
Ford Motor Company is the one that Moses is talking about, I believe. And they had already started building the company in Mexico, and then Ford Motor Company said that they weren't leaving the United States. They came out and said that under Trump, but and Trump took credit for it. I don't know that to be I mean, it's apples to oranges at that point. But you guys can take it for what it is. Donald Trump said that that these companies aren't going to leave. He told Ford Motor Company, if you leave, I'll place 100% tariff on any car that you import back in the United States. You're free to build the company wherever you want to build it. You're free to build factories wherever you want to build them. But if you think you're going to do that and then sell cars in the United States, I'm going to make the tariff so large that those cars that are imported won't be sold here.
Yeah,
Okay.
one thing I
Can
will
I say
say
something real quick?
forward, because we are the fact checkers are getting their job done tonight. So try to be as specific as possible moving forward when
But is it fair for us to
you're
wonder
making
where
your
the
case.
sources are from the fact checkers, though? Because sources matter. You know, when I posted the whole
Um,
thing about taxes, the tax cut for Trump, that was from whitehouse.gov. That wasn't from like some media source. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of good with this shit. So we've been here before.
Sources do matter
as
and
I
can be made available if you need them.
I'm
thank
just
you.
saying because a lot of this shit can be answered under, whitehouse.gov. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
I know that what
They
the
list this
problem
shit.
is
They talk they talk
it's
about
not
Trump's numbers.
necessarily that you're losing that you're the fact checking is messing up at, right? So
Mhm.
where the fact checking is messing up at is by saying something like, "Oh, well, underneath Trump, these manufacturing companies opened up in Texas, and then we go and look, these companies were already in Texas in 2006 when Trump was not in office." So that's where it is. It's not that what you're
Yeah,
saying is
well, but
completely false.
I
It's
guess
just
I
the
guess the
way
problem
it's being presented.
but the problem is I would think that most of y'all are, close to my age. Y'all remember that we're talking about the same companies that Barack Obama said it would take a magic wand to bring back because we had already started losing them. What I'm saying is that this shit really did happen. We did see the manufacturing companies come back to America. Now, if y'all want to be
Okay.
as specific as to say what companies and win points off of that, if those are the things that you're gonna fact check people on and win, play it safe. Because I dared you to fact check me on that CDC shit and see if those vaccinations and those mandates helped, and if they didn't say that they probably shouldn't have shut down the country. The
Got
shutdown
it.
didn't help. They're playing it safe, but we're gonna let y'all play it safe, and then we're gonna let the people say what they say. Let's go.
Okay, no problem. With that being said, we will be moving on to the rebuttal round. Who will be doing the rebuttal round for Team Kamala?
Um, Queen, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Um, I thought we had already did the rebuttal. Is this the second
No.
rebuttal?
Yes, this is your rebuttal to their question. I know we spent some time on the fact checking, but yes, you do have a 4 minute rebuttal coming up for the answer to their questions. I believe they spoke a lot about the tariffs and how
Well,
it works and things of that nature. So if you wanted to rebuttal, I can count you in.
I think we already rebutted on the tariffs.
yeah, that's what I thought so
I mean, you
too.
can count me in.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
go
Chuck.
count
ahead,
you.
Chuck.
When it comes
Your
to the
4 minutes begins now.
okay, and excuse me because I am in motion. Let me say that. When it comes to the tariffs, um, we have to keep in mind that a lot of times tariffs get put in place for the same reason behind some of the same causes as stuff like sanctions do when it comes into our government trying to make things happen or stop things happening in other countries, whether it be to or for us or not. They put these things in place to, in their own way, try to punish or try to bring a source of seriousness to what they're saying. Because with someone like China, we just don't got the balls to get to talking nuclear and stuff like that. It's not going to happen. So they have other things in place for them to try to negotiate things. And one way is in tariffs, especially in one way to get money back when it comes into when even let's say when they're not allowed again to rich, and we got to come up with all these creative ways to come around and try to find money that, again, we're talking about the rich and the wealthy, people who are making over 400 or $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Even when it comes into the capital gains, those capital gains only affect the people who are making over $400,000. When it comes to taxes, was in capital gains specifically, it affects those who make over $1 million in unrealized capital gains. Meaning that the reason why they don't pay taxes, if y'all don't know, is that one of the reasons why that the rich love debt and don't pay taxes is because if you have debt, you don't pay taxes on debt that you owe. So the reason why capital gains and the reason why the rich continue, and one of the reasons why they continue to get rich and not get taxed is because they know that instead of them having to pay the
2 minute warning.
20%, that you know what I mean? To even pay that 20%, they have to be, you know what I mean, flipping some kind of way, because the goal is that all that profit that you have, all that unrealized profit that you have sitting there, the right thing to do in business is to borrow against it. So they don't pay taxes and haven't been paying taxes on most of those capital gains anyway. It's only for the unsavvy who that would hurt. So again, that's not going to help you, my brother and sister. That just still benefits the rich. And if they can find a one way to fight for 1 or 2% out of the rich people, out those who are wealthy, why is that not okay, and it okay for them to take away from those who need it most when we're supposed to be paying taxes for them anyway? And I'll end my plane. Thank you for letting me speak.
No problem. You still have 1 minute on the clock if anybody on your team wants to rebut.
No, we're good.
No problem. So with that being said, we're going to Team Trump for the counter. You have 4 minutes on the clock. Who will be starting?
I'll start.
Okay. Your time begins now.
Man, I don't know if it's just because I live in, Atlanta, and I've met so many men that are making well over $500,000, but they bust their ass for it. They didn't get it easy. They bust their motherfucking ass. Seeing these motherfuckers even lose hair. You know what I mean? They stressed out getting to this bag, but it's achievable. It's achievable. Why are you sitting up here talking to a bunch of men telling us what we don't have? You don't know what we have, nigga. I'm looking at it like I'm playing long ball. How's this going to work out for me in the future? You trying to cut off our legs when we still running. I don't deal with this, man. Listen, I'm a businessman. My wife's a businesswoman. You know what I mean? We look at taxes as a problem. We see this shit as like it's overwhelming. We're talking about regulations in every area of life and business that is stopping black entrepreneurship from doing what these big companies are able to do because they already have it. And we get that. I know you don't like it. They already have it. But honestly, they put the work in. It's our government that's making the loopholes, and it's our government that's in our way at the same fucking time. So when I look at this shit, I'm not trying to look at the big companies and be envious of them. I think that comes down to us in the way that we vote, how we play ball, and what we protect and don't protect. We have to understand that. But we don't want to stop us from being the next Walmart, the next motherfucking Amazon, the next motherfucking who knows what. You want to say that that's not a possibility. I got fucking kids out here. I don't know what the fuck's coming next. That's how I feel. Anybody else want to get in? I see Craig on the lines. I don't know if Camp is ready to speak.
I mean, I kind of feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point. Honest to God, I really just want to know what about Kamala's tax plan, or even where she's going, what she is going to do economically that would be different than what Donald Trump is going to do. I mean, that would really benefit
No, it's
the people.
really about what is she going to do that's different from Joe Biden? See, everything that she supports seems like it's going to go right along the same way that we've been going. And the way that we've been going is funding wars, right? Taking care of migrants, right? Skipping over these Americans. We just watched these Americans get hit by a storm, and you told them $750. Meanwhile, we got stories of migrants with $5,000 to $6,000, $20,000 on their cards, and we're sitting there like, what? And you want me to understand this? You really want me to sit up here and feel bad? Like, I mean, for some migrants, man, hell no. We've been here. We've been here. I don't know about everybody else, but we've been here, and because of that, I feel like Americans should be first and the most forward on the list. We are the reason why this country exists the way it does. So anytime I see my country doing everything for everybody else and not for us, I'm not going in that direction. That don't make sense to me. That's some bullshit.
I
I
mean,
would like
this is what when
to
you talk about the economy, when you talk about the economy and what's going on in our society today, this is what Joe Biden and Kamala has cost our economy. Right? I just put it down in the comments. This is what we spend as a nation taking care of undocumented illegals in this country. Donald Trump said he wants to fix that. That's why. That's one of the reasons I'm voting for the man. So I mean, at this point, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go from here. It's
Okay,
crazy.
what's the next? I guess what's the next question at this point?
Right.
No problem. You
well,
have 45 seconds left in your grace period. If you don't want to use it, that's fine. That is the end of our our first round with that question, and we are about to go to the judges so they can tell their comments, critiques, questions, anything like that. Each judge is going to have 3 minutes, and then we're going to go to the popular vote. With that being said, we're going to start with you, Munchie. 3 minutes on the clock. Please do not tell the score that you're giving each team. Oop, he has a real life, y'all. I'm going to come back to him.
Understand,
Ruby,
understand,
would you
understand.
like I'm going to start. Ruby, humble. Okay, Ruby. Um, 3 minutes on the clock. You can ask any questions that you need, comments or critiques. 3 minutes begins now.
All right, I'm gonna call y'all Team Blue and Team Red. All right, Team Blue. Okay, congratulations to both of you guys starting out with Team Blue. At the beginning of the debate, I did like the arguments that I heard, but I would like to hear more from the rest of the team. Round one was heavily relied on by chocolate. I would like to hear a little bit more from everyone. Second round. Second thing, our third thing. Um, when it comes to the fact checks, I would love a more fact check that was a little bit less word semantic-y for me. Okay. I think we can spend our time a little bit differently when it comes to. I think there were some things that could be fact checked, but definitely some different things that were chose. I think you guys could better use your time. Because there was some other stuff for sure. All right, Team Red. Team Red. I think you guys got a little bit in trouble with generalizing some of the statements, which left you open for the word semantics in the fact checks. I would just recommend that if you're going to make a point, just go ahead and like make that step ahead and validate it before you can get a word semantic fact check. All right. I will say that I did hear from mostly everybody on Team Red. A little bit more from Camp would be great. And that's all I have to say.
All right, blessings, y'all. Um, my bad, y'all. I'm dealing with one of my twins. However, Team Kamala and Team Trump. I'm gonna first start with Team Trump. Um, y'all did bring up some, in your openings, y'all brought up the fact that, Kamala flip flop. This was in your opening. Y'all brought up she flip flop, her inconsistencies, her word salads. In y'all first round, y'all talked heavily on the tariffs. Y'all talked heavily, what I took as increasing taxes versus lowering taxes and their implementations on the effects of our country as a whole. I would love for y'all to go more in depth and on the points y'all making because y'all making some points, but I want y'all to start, or I ain't gonna say what I want, but I would love to see y'all start going more in depth, breaking down what y'all mean about certain things. And that's what I got for Team Trump. Now, Team Kamala, um, y'all opening as well was, amazing. Um, y'all talked about, Trump's political failures. Y'all talked about his leadership. Him not having having good political leadership. Y'all brought out, how he mishandled COVID. Y'all brought out points how he has disregards for the democratic way of how our system is ran. Y'all talked about how his tax cuts don't benefit, and y'all actually showed and taught, went in on how his tax cuts don't benefit the middle or lower class. Y'all brought up, his team, the people that surrounding him, the frauds, the tempting, the convicting, the things that he been going through. Um, in the first round, y'all did well at um actually going in depth and breaking down the stance that y'all are taking and why y'all are taking this stance. Y'all are making what y'all talk about relatable, the middle class, the lower class, and y'all are supporting y'all statements with research and facts. And that's what I would like to see more from the Team Kamala as well is more, interactions, same what Ruby was saying. I would like to hear more of y'all. Um and I will even if it's not, jumping in and free flowing and asking each other questions, just be out, maybe Purple might ask the time, and if she don't have nothing, then Queen B can come in, then Chocolate can come in. But stay on cue so y'all can always be ready. If you stay ready, you won't have to get ready. But all in all, this is a good debate. Also, I got a couple things, and I'm not gonna be long, but y'all talked about the institutions and the benefits of them paying more taxes than they do now. Y'all talked about um Kamala's way of handling healthcare, education, and women with children, and then y'all talked about Trump's way in the beginning and opening round. And so these are just some of the things that I jotted down just to keep in my memory bank. But all in all, is a good, that was a good round. I can't wait to see what comes next. I land my plane with that.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Munchie, are you back? Munchie, Munchie. We're probably gonna have to come back to Munchie. I know he be having real life stuff going on with his kids.
Thank you, judges, for your critique. Noted.
Okay, so we're not going to wait for Munchie. He just messaged me saying he's doing something with his kids. So we're gonna move on, but he's still listening. He's still listening. With that being said, we are going to start with Team Trump for this question. And the question is, what are your candidates stance on border control and security? What reforms or policies have they supported or will implement if elected? You have 6 minutes to answer this question. Who will be starting this question on Team Trump?
I'm gonna start it off.
Okay, so Moses, your time begins now.
Okay. So this is an easy one for me, I feel. I think everybody's aware of the Remain in Mexico policy that Trump well, it wasn't a policy, it was an executive order, but it was also a deal that he negotiated with the president of Mexico that understood that we have to have a vetting process. There's a way for you to come through the border. It limited the amount of terrorists that have gotten through the border. It limited the amount of human trafficking that was coming through the border, and it didn't allow the coyotes and the cartels to have access and control over the whole other side of the border, which is what we have now. Um, with Trump in that aspect of the whole immigration thing, he's strong on the border, but more importantly, I think we got to get to the point of what needs to happen, and what needs to happen is there's got to be a definite effort to get out as many bad people as possible because we've let too many in. It is what it is. And he stands for a mass immigration process. Now, however he's going to go about that process, I don't know. I think it's going to be multiple means. I think it's going to be by cutting off the funds, making sure that they don't have access to any help, as well as getting the criminals out first, and just making it hard for them to survive. So they have to leave because there should be a regular process for you to come through here. And part of that process is that when you come through, you can stand on your own two damn feet. We don't want nobody coming in with their hand out. I'm sorry. Most of these people they're not deserving of asylum. We need to tighten up on that too. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing I will say is he also talked about an end to birthright citizenship for undocumented people in this country when they have babies. He does have a push for that. That would take an act of Congress to make that happen. It would take correcting what's going on with the 14th Amendment in order to make that happen. But absolutely, it could happen. We spend, as a nation, $150 billion taking care of these people. We shouldn't be doing that. And so I side with Trump on that. That's about all I got to say, Moses.
Well, the other thing is, speaking to the other side, I feel that they're too soft on the border and it's dangerous. When you have gangs feeling bold enough to take over territories, rob people in broad daylight and fucking get out of jail the same day because they're young, they're youth. That's a problem. Like we're dealing with a problem, and that's something that I don't want to see in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? And like it may not be going on where I live at, but I feel bad for those that are seeing it. So if these are real issues that have only occurred under the Biden administration, I have no problem using my eyes. I can say, yo, y'all fucked this up. There was a day, I swear, y'all could look this up. They had over 20,000 people come into the country. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. They want to curve it down to 5,000 a day. It should be allowed in. But even that's a lot of people. Like, why are 5,000 people coming in the country saying they want to stay here a day? What is that? And as black people, I'm really concerned with it because if we were number two in line all through the 80s, mostly through the 90s, and then right then, in the 2001 area, I think it's somewhere around there. Yeah, 2001, 2002, they eclipse us and they become, second in line and we go to third. Don't that bother y'all? Like, it wasn't that, no offense, but it may be some offense. They didn't lay down the groundwork for this shit. What the fuck are we doing? Shooting ourselves in our own foot? Like, what the fuck are we doing? I don't know if Camp's available, y'all. He is at work. He told us he would give us what he could. So You know,
Yeah.
if he's not available, he's not.
Yeah,
I
give me
would.
about 15 minutes. I'll be back. 15 minutes. But y'all care for it.
Uh,
So what else I would say about that is uh, she also he also talked about um, like Moses said, getting rid of the people that are over here causing problems, the people that are over here being arrested. Um, Joe Biden had a catch and release policy which adversely affected America, allowing people just to come in and commit
these
crimes.
people are able.
They get
Yeah,
arrested and they're
they're able to commit crimes
set
and
back out on
leave.
the street. They just let them back out on our streets. The CBP One app. I don't know if anybody knows what that app is. I would encourage you to look at it. Joe Biden rolled that out. It's an app that people that are coming here from other countries can go to and request a time to meet at the border. They meet at the border and they're ushered into this country. Put them on a jet, plane, bus, whatever, and move them throughout the country. It's crazy, but I think Secretary Mayorkas stood in front of Congress and had to admit that at one point there was 10,000 a day that were using the app. That's crazy.
I'm almost mad that I can't use my, they eating the cats and the dogs joke because I might get fact checked on it. But I just,
Fact.
God damn. But look, at the end of the day, these people are causing problems, man.
30
They're
seconds on the
causing
break.
problems. And at the end of the day, I'm just not with it. You know what I mean? I don't have another country to go to after they fuck this one up. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to let them fuck this one up. Everything that I can do with my voting power, I'm going to do. And if it has to go beyond that, like I tell people, I'm going to apply for a job at ICE. I will join the team. I'll become the biggest motherfucking migrant snitch you ever seen in your fucking life. I land there.
With 5 seconds to spare. So, with that being said, we are going to move to Team Purple Diva or Kamala, as they will, for your rebuttal. Who will be starting this rebuttal?
I will.
Okay, 4 minutes on the clock, and your time begins now.
So the first thing I want to say before I say anything in regards to Kamala Harris is like I didn't hear one point during that whole entire uh, session that gave me any idea of what Trump's plan is for immigration or the border or anything else. Anyways, with that being said, one of the most important platforms for Kamala Harris and her campaign is immigration. She has a lot of history when it comes to immigration. When she was the Attorney General of California, she was deeply involved in international border issues. She was faced with stuff like drug cartels, human trafficking, things of that nature. Um, as her time During her time as vice president, she has focused on addressing root causes of migration from Central America. She's worked with the Mexican and Guatemalan leaders to improve condition in those countries to try to help slow down the illegal immigration of people from those countries. Um, Today, she strongly believes in enforcing the United States immigration law, but also creating legal pathways for people from other countries to become citizens of the United States, which is what we all want, correct? They're talking about they want to prevent all these people from coming through. Okay, understandable, but people want to come here, and if they do it the legal way, then that should not be an issue. Um, she, uh, Sorry, I lost my train of thought. She is focused on support for the she's very supportive of the bipartisan security bill that was previously blocked. Um, earlier this year by Trump's peoples in the House of Representatives, because remember that bipartisan bill was approved by all members of the Senate, and when was sent down to Congress, they immediately were like, "We're not voting on it. We're not doing anything." And we all know that that's because Trump called up the Speaker of the House and said, "Don't do it," because he felt like it would negatively affect his campaign for presidency. Um, her approach is to emphasize both enforcement and pathways to citizenship. She has a firm stance on border security with humanitarian reforms. Um, she again wants that bipartisan bill to be approved, which would focus on increasing funding for border agents, expanding detention facilities, and enhancing asylum processing. Um, whatchamacallit. She also wants to address the root causes of migration, such as poverty and violence in Central America, South America, and Mexico, which is which is a different approach from the presidents and who have come before her. Um, Unlike Trump's enforcement heavy policies, or Biden's kind of lenient stance, because I do have to agree that Biden has kind of been lenient when it comes to immigration. She wants to be in the middle. She wants to secure the border, but also provide legal pathways again for undocumented immigrants. Um, and to add on to that, the southern border isn't the only border that we need to be concerned about, or that she would be concerned about, because there's plenty of people who come from all the other countries, Russia, the Asian countries, European countries, Africa, all those countries. So we like to focus on the southern border, and that's completely understandable. But immigration or illegal immigration is a
Hello, how you doing?
problem everywhere.
Which one
Um,
you need the there we go.
Her proposed changes also could lead to quicker asylum processing, requiring lawyers who help these people to stay adapted, informed, and prepared for all of the evolving legal challenges and laws that could come across. What else?
30 seconds left.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Does anyone else on my team have anything to say? No?
No, yeah, you have 10 seconds left. I'm guessing that's a no.
Okay.
I'm covering some of immigration in my question.
Okay.
No problem. I got it. Got it. Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on to Trump's counter argument. You will have 4 minutes on the clock. Who will be starting this counter argument?
You already know I'm gonna
OG?
start it off. And we're
I'm
gonna
not.
go
I'm
like
not.
this. It's the formula. This is the formula.
Okay. Got you. Got you. With that being said, your time begins now.
Do you want me to go to Trump's website and read it like we're at the Reading Rainbow, or should I just talk about what I know? Because I don't need like a teleprompter or no leg up in the game to just talk about what we've been going through and what we've seen. Okay. At the end of the day, right? What we do know is that there's been a major increase in people coming through the southern border since Joe Biden got in office. And what changed? What changed? He removed Remain in Mexico. Did he have to? No, he didn't. He chose to. It was like a welcoming sign to other countries to come here. To be honest with you, going to other countries to see why they're coming here doesn't make a damn of a difference to us. Stay in, look, fight for your own shit the same way that we fought for ours. Do what you got to do. Fix your shit. If your government is corrupt and doing things, fix that shit. Don't be cowards. Be men. That's what I say to them. And I don't care about their babies and none of that. The difference between you and I is I'm not a socialist. You see what I'm saying? I'm not here to sit around here, bust my ass, and watch another motherfucker get a leg up for shit. You got to get it out the mud the same way we did. That's the only way I see it fair.
That's where I was going to go to anyway. This really is an argument about between socialism and capitalism. Um, it is not our job to take care of other people. It's just not. You can say I'm not empathetic about it. You can say that it's just coming from a place of privilege. You can say whatever you want to, but it's not our job.
My whole thing is, right, when we're having a debate, right, especially something like this on Bigo, you know, the realness is what's going to get people. It's not going to be no manuscripted, generic ass, let me be a Kamala when I got a chance to stunt ass motherfucking type of time. It's not going to work. The people are not looking at their fucking bank accounts and seeing what y'all are seeing. They're not looking at the way that the world is operating and seeing what y'all are seeing. What people are seeing is that this shit is fucked up. The immigration bill the immigration policy that they have in place is not working. It's allowing for criminals, all types of terrorists, people that they already had on their FBI list. These are people they admit, yo, we got hundreds of them that got in. How did they get in? How did that happen? Oh, we got an open border. Yeah, we just pretty much say, just file for asylum, we'll get to you when we get to you. We found thousands and thousands upon thousands of IDs that are dropped right before they get to the border. But it's all good, though. We're just supposed to allow this. And then if you're a white guy like Craig, oh, you're a racist. And if you're a black guy like me, then you're a coon. I don't understand it. I'm just thinking about protection. I'm looking at a wide open invasion. Y'all think Trump is exaggerating. He's not. When people die, he's not exaggerating. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is like when people's apartment complexes are being threatened. He's not exaggerating. That's some real shit. This is happening. Y'all just won't be happy until it's happening to you. Then it's like, oh shit, it hit me in the face. I guess.
Man.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, you can give it to them. It is what it is.
Okay. So that was Trump.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that was Trump's side counter argument. We are going to Kamala with the answer to her question. So with that being said,
can I ask a question? Can I address a couple things they just said?
You can address it within your round because that was their counter. So
Okay.
Whatever you want, just add it on to what you want to say on your round. Because I'm about to ask you the same question. Okay, so I'm assuming that you're starting this question. Purple.
It's this immigration question. I'm sorry, I'm getting
Yeah.
confused with all the back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. So I'm going
Okay.
to repeat the question for everyone. What are your candidates' stance on border control and security? What reforms or policies have they supported or will implement if elected? With that being said, I am going to send it to you, Purple, 6 minutes on the clock. Starting now.
Okay. Well, Queen, took on the immigration question first. So I just wanted to get some clarification from the other team. It's not about fact checking. I just have some questions. So, and statements. So I think Craig said that he's not a socialist and he's not here to take care of everybody else. We kind of already do that. We as Americans help out other Americans. For example, the VA. We pay into a pot to take care to fund the VA, Medicare, Medicaid. There's all kinds of things that we already do that are considered quote unquote socialism. Um, and I
So
think maybe
you want
I
clarification
think
for what though?
I think
Wait,
Because you
hold
just
on.
answered you just clarified your answer. Americans, not undocumented or illegal.
Well, you said other
Right.
people.
No, hold on. It's not once again, this is not a dialogue, right? I'm pretty sure what she was saying was more rhetorical. And no, don't worry. I stopped the clock as soon as he started talking. So we're gonna get back into what Purple was saying. Please let her continue. And then remember, you have a rebuttal round. You have a round where you're going to be able to rebut anything that she says. So please wait for that. With
My
that being
bad.
said,
I didn't realize it was rhetorical. I just because she asked for
yeah, no
clarification.
problem. No,
Um,
well, yeah. Are you asking for clarification? Was that what that was?
no, I said clarification, but I wasn't. I just
Okay,
was just trying to get it through my head.
okay.
Sorry.
Right.
And
With that
Moses
being
said,
said, the
and
clock.
Moses.
Hold on. Uh-huh.
Oh, I was gonna address something that Moses said.
Oh wait, let me start your clock. 1 second.
Okay.
We are starting now. You have 4 minutes, 54 seconds, and go.
Moses said, we're not going to be happy until they're coming for our apartment complex. I mean, that already happened with this whole eating dogs and cats foolishness. Those people were harassed, they were threatened. The school had to be closed because of bomb threats. And those people were here legally. Those were legal Haitian residents. So, I don't understand this fear mongering of, oh, they're going to come over the border and they're going to come for your apartment complexes. Oh, they're going there's crap that Americans are doing to other American citizens as we speak. As far as, building the wall and whatnot, I know, somebody mentioned that maybe a little while ago. Um, First of all, Trump didn't build the length of wall that he said he was going to. He said Mexico was going to pay for it. They did not. He did not even consider eminent domain. He can say he wants to build a border wall from here to Kingdom Come, but there are places along that border that it's not feasible. There's this little place called the Rio Grande. There are American citizens who have had ranches and property along the border for literally generations. They're not going to stand for their land being taken or parts of their land being taken to build a wall. That's just a fact. You wouldn't stand for it. I wouldn't stand for it. You're not going to come in, well, eminent domain means they can come in, but they're not going to come in quiet. I'm not going to be quiet about it. Um, as far as the amount of people coming in, um, I don't know if there was 20,000 people waiting to come in. But if they hadn't stopped that bill, part of the bill included hiring more federal judges to help facilitate legal immigration, to clear the backlog, to expedite it so people aren't waiting. Because what ends up happening in the current situation, people are given asylum while their cases are being tracked on the docket, and there's been an estimate of anywhere from 5 to 7 years. By then, the person who came over the border has assimilated into society. So, why would Trump stop something that, as Queen said, was one, going to add more border agents, add more sophisticated equipment, more judges, um, more, let's see, was equipment, judges, and border agents, and strengthening parts of the wall that are already there. It's clear to me that he really doesn't want that. Because if he did, why did he call Congress and tell them to stop it? I mean, obviously because he wanted to run on it. He wanted to save that for his administration. But if it's that important, If it's that dire of a crisis that every single debate he's screaming the border, illegal immigrants, and using words like invasion, which is a code word to scare people. You start getting people thinking that we're getting ready to get invaded, and then people want to start getting up arms and patrolling the border themselves, which they do illegally, by the way. So at the end of the day, either he wants it fixed or he doesn't. And Kamala has put stuff in her policy to try to address that. Yes, I understand you said you don't want her worried about other countries. But at the end of the day, I think it's a novel idea to figure out what the root cause of it is and try to address that. And she has. She's gone to these countries. She's talked to their administrations, their president, prime minister, whatever, their heads of state, whoever that may be. Okay, why are all these people fleeing? Gang violence, poverty, um, uh, gang violence, poverty, 1,000 different reasons. I don't even remember them all. And then she went to the private sector and raised money
One,
to help facilitate. Huh? Somebody said something.
oh, I was telling you, you're in your 1 minute warning.
Oh, okay. Um, I think she raised 5.2 billion, maybe 5.3 billion from the private sector to help these governments um, fix their issues, so people will stop wanting to leave their countries. That's a novel approach. You know, people say she didn't do anything as vice president. Well, that's one of the things she did as vice president. And I honestly don't know if any other president, vice president administration took that tact, but let's give it a shot. It may work. You know, we don't necessarily have to give money out of our pocket. Like I said, she raised the money out from the private sector because they benefit from it too. But that's an important part of her immigration policy. Thank you.
And that was your time. Perfect. With that being said, we are going to move to Trump's rebuttal. We're going to start with OG. OG, you have
Yeah.
4 minutes on the clock, and the time begins now.
I just want to remind the crowd, my first round, I said what this policy was, the Remain in Mexico policy. It did work. It was effective. We've seen way lower numbers than what we're seeing now. To say that this is anything less than an invasion with 20 million people coming in is crazy. You know, the only thing you're missing is like the goofy ass laugh that Kamala does when you say this dumbass shit. Like if you put that on it, it'd be everything that Kamala is. I almost see that that's what I'm dealing with. It's like y'all took her teleprompter speeches and you're like, I'm gonna just read this off and say this. That's just not gonna work over here. It's not working. All that shit is fluff. We already know what her stance is. She's down to let 5,000 people in at the border. The other thing on that border bill was all the funding that she wanted to send to Ukraine and other countries and how she wanted to fund those migrants. That was a big problem, and it's always going to be a big problem. So when y'all talk about this shit, just be honest about what made it bill stop. And the other thing was Donald Trump is now the former president. He has no position in no office at all. He has no power. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn phone call he's made to anyone. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. There was people in Congress. There's people in the Senate. They got a job to do. We don't give a fuck what Donald Trump says. So when it didn't get passed, look at the people whose job it was and say, why didn't they pass it? I just told you. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, so 6 Democrats voted against that bill as well.
Excuse me, please.
What?
Mama Spider, you're in the box that belongs to Fusion. Can you please stop their clock since I interrupted?
No,
Yeah, I ain't seen it.
I'll drop down.
thank you, Boo. I was just
No.
messaging you in the comments. But thank you, Purple. And I already stopped the clock once you started talking. So we are at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. I think that was Craig that was about to start talking, or whoever. Time
That's correct.
begins now.
Yeah. So 6 Democrats voted against that bill too. So Democrats like to act like this was all Donald Trump's idea on shutting it down. The reason why Democrats voted against it when they were asked the question was because they thought it was too stringent on immigrants coming into the country, but yet it had a pathway for citizenship for a lot of those migrants. So, which is the reason why a lot of Republicans voted against it. I mean, yeah, the bill was presented by James Langford. James Langford is Oklahoma senator. But even James Langford voted against it once everything was added to it. I mean, if that's not telling you what it was, I don't know what is. It's crazy that we even got to go through that. But I mean, go ahead.
Well, to me, it's like we're not being honest about what happened there. She keeps running this dry ass story about Donald Trump made a phone call, and guess what happened? His Republican friends decided that no, woman, that's not what happened.
Yo,
They had
time
issues with the
out,
bill the
time out,
entire
time out,
time.
That's
time out,
exactly what
time
happened,
out.
bro.
No, time out,
Just
time
Oh my
out.
because you
God,
didn't pay
I
attention
have
don't make
no.
it not
What you're
so.
not
That's
What
gonna
do you
man,
mean,
do.
exactly
y'all
what
What
Ty?
you're
I
happened.
thought
not
this
gonna
was
All
our
do.
across the
time.
world at the
Ma,
I
same
thought this was
what
time.
you're
what
our
are we
not
time.
gonna
doing,
do.
man?
I thought this was our
That's
time.
what you're not gonna do because
So is
that's
this
mad
the hot mic
disrespectful.
moment? This is
That's
How
what
you gonna
this
mad
tell
is?
me I can't do
That
it?
disrespectful.
hot mic moment.
Don't talk.
Um, hold on, y'all. I stopped the clock. Let's be respectful to everyone, right? It's cool for fun banter back and forth, right? But we don't have to do all the extra. Let's be respectful of each other's time. Let's be respectful of each other's space and when each other are talking. Let's try to do all of those things at the same time. I know it's hard, but let's try to do. I know this is a highly emotional debate, but keep it professional. With that being said, I'm gonna unmute everyone, and then we're going back to Team Trump. You have 1 minute 2 seconds left on the clock.
Just to be accurate on what I was just doing there, I was mocking Kamala, okay? And I'm gonna say her name right because he said you got it wrong, and you shouldn't do that because then you come off as some type of ignorant person. Think about that. So yes, I was mocking Kamala, okay? And if you don't like that, so be it. But no one's gonna stop me from talking the way I talk, and I'll take up some of my time to say that. This is a debate, and we're gonna give it up the way we give it up. At the end of the day, I don't mess with this lady on her border policies because she's a failure. She had every opportunity for 3.5 years to get straight to the border, and she didn't. Everything she did was avoided. So that's just what happened. Y'all don't like it, so be it. We disagree with her way of handling it. That's where we stand.
And Donald Trump plans to try to fix it. If they wanted to fix the border, you don't have to have a bill for that. There are already laws that were written. There were executive orders that were written under Donald Trump, and for some reason, Joe Biden did away with those executive orders. So if you really feel like you need a bill to get rid of undocumented immigrants in this country, you don't. You don't. Executive orders handle that. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that. Civics are civics. Go ahead, Mother.
We done, man. We don't need no
30
more.
seconds.
We done.
You're done?
Unless Kent want to get in. Oh, I got 30 seconds. All right, shit. For 30 seconds, I'll take that. So listen, the other thing is, right. I don't think we're honest about the crime rate. If the crime rate is escalated, and you can see that migrants, they got a whole separate division for how they study crime right now. It's called migrant crime. It's a real thing. The FBI looks into it. If they have these fucking issues, why are we sitting up here acting like there's not a thing? Like we haven't seen gangs that don't do shit that we're used to when it comes to the gangs we're around. I get it. We have gangs, bad people here. I see that. But what about the motherfuckers that want to chop legs and arms and decapitate kids and shit like that? We're not used to that. Had to get
Time.
in.
No problem. Time. So with that being said, we are going to the counter round. And Purple, are you starting this counter?
Yes. Moses, you said you were mocking Kamala.
No,
I take you at your word. I apologize for snapping on you.
Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I didn't know you was doing that. So with that being said, The time, 4 minutes, begins now.
So he said, gangs coming over here chopping up, well, gangs who decapitate and whatnot coming over here. I Did you mean that's happening here? That these people, there's evidence that these people have committed those types of heinous crimes here? Um, I would like a fact check on migrant crime, because every now, granted, it wasn't broken down by citizens versus non-citizens, but the research that I've done has said that crime overall is down. So I'd like a fact check on uh, migrant crime, if possible.
If you could just word it specifically.
Has migrant crime has crimes committed by migrants increased during the Biden administration? I guess is how I would say it.
versus the Trump administration.
Hmm.
Is that how you worded that, Moses? Is that how you
Yo,
worded that?
listen, I'll take that wording
I mean, it's one.
because if there's more
I mean,
migrants, why
If
wouldn't more
I
migrant
it should
crime
be
if
a
if
fact
I
that needs to
if
be
I
checked
if I
increase?
because
if I am misstating what you said, then please tell me.
I said a bunch of shit. You can go with that though. I'm not
I
even
mean,
mad
because
at
see,
that one. Pull
we
that
get
up.
past a bunch of shit sometimes, and we look at some of the points. So we're both figuring that the point is that there's been more migrants coming in under Biden versus Trump, and that Kamala Harris and them haven't been
Okay,
doing
just real
justly, as
quick.
you would say,
Let me
right?
hop in real quick. Let me hop in real quick. So we are moving into the fact check.
Smoking is prohibited in the terminal.
Somebody
Is
getting
anyone
on a
hearing?
plane.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
chocolate.
me.
I lost. It says audio.
I did too. I don't know if it was just me.
You can hear me now?
Apparently not.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, we
here
hear you
still
now.
though.
Okay, so I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
just
What I
muted
was saying
myself.
was, I stopped the time because we started to have a conversation about the fact check. So I'm going to give Purple her time to completely ask her question that she needs to ask to the fact checkers. And with the remaining 2 minutes and 22 seconds, you will be able to either speak to the fact check or continue with your rebuttal. Okay, so go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I would like to speak to the fact check because, if we're throwing around, if we're basing our arguments on things that aren't fact, that will shape how I respond.
So would you like Moses to repeat his actual statement?
He said he didn't remember, but sure.
The
Um,
the thing is, I don't agree or disagree with her asking that question. Did migrant crime increase under Biden? Fine, let's go with it.
Versus Trump.
Yeah,
okay, so did violent crime increase? So basically, we're looking for crime.
migrant crime, migrant.
Yeah, that's what I said. Basically, we're looking for stats on migrant crimes between Trump and Biden's administrations, correct?
Yes, because
Yes.
from one of the arguments I always hear is that, since Biden took over, migrant violent crime has gone, through the roof.
Eugene, if you want to take this one, you can. But if not, I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so regarding the question, has crimes committed by migrants increased during the Trump administration? The response, according to FBI statistics, again, according to FBI statistics, the reported rate of violent crime in 2022 of 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people was lower than in 2020, 398.5 per 100,000 people, which was the last full year of Trump's presidency. The lowest reported violent crime rate during Trump's presidency was in 2019, which was 380.8 per 100,000 people, which is very close to the 2002 rate under Biden.
So you said 22, right? We in 2024.
Basically, what he said is that the rate is lower now than it was in all 4 years of
He
Trump's
just
years.
said in 20.
Even
He
his
just said in
lowest year,
22.
even
He
That
his
didn't
is
say
lowest
not
year
what
is
he
24.
was
lower than
saying.
right now.
That's not what he
That's what
was
he just
saying.
said.
Come on, you just
That's,
read
that's
that
for
entire
you,
thing wrong.
what you
Y'all
just
crazy
said,
as
no
hell.
people in the back.
I mean,
Rep, you still there? Can you reiterate what you just said for the people in the back?
Absolutely. According to the FBI statistics, the reported rate of violent crime in 2022 was 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people, which was lower than in 2020, 398.5 per 100,000 people, which was the last full year of Trump's presidency. The lowest reported violent crime rate during Trump's presidency was in 2019.
Migrant. M
yeah, there's
I
no.
G R A N T.
OG Moses,
And then you also
I
have to be
literally worded
honest
with
too.
how the fact.
And you didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
And you didn't.
Just crazy.
You you didn't separate for migrants. You just said crime rate in general, and then you
That's what the
also are
response
doing
said, but the
22.
question was worded.
You're doing 22 versus what 24 is. Pew Research would probably be a better fact check on what the crime rate is, but I don't know that they'll even separate it for migrants. But it's obvious
I'm
if
pretty
you
sure
have
Pew
more
Research has
migrants
a migrant
in
study.
this country,
Somebody produce it.
if
Yeah.
you
I mean, they're not going to
if you
validate
have
it, but it's
more.
Pew Research.
Y'all just can't accept the answer. That's all.
I mean,
No, you said
I can give you
22.
the
We're in
source.
24. That's why. You said
Yeah, but
22.
Trump
We're in
is, you said,
24.
but the
Are we
question
in
was,
24 or not?
Craig, the question was, has crimes committed by migrants increased or decreased during Trump's administration? Now, you keep saying we're in 2024, but Trump is not currently president. And if you'd like the source, I can give you the source.
Yeah, you could absolutely go to 20, and then you could go to 24, or even 23. But just to go to 22, I mean, I realize that maybe the main studies might not even be out for
For
24 yet, right?
24. Yeah, but at least 23.
But you're sticking to 22, which is crazy. You know,
Well, the reason, well, can I go? You want to? Are you guys done? Can I go? I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, please.
Well, right now, let me just ask one question to Rep. Rep, is there a way that we can have the migrant crime rates of 2023? Is that up and
Absolutely.
available
Let me search it now. And I'm going to phrase it as were the
in
crime rates
comparison?
committed by migrants increased or decreased during 2023 under the Trump administration? Is that a fine way to answer it?
no,
I
not
think
under the
I think you
Trump
would be no.
administration.
I
It
would just
shouldn't
look
make
for the
that big of a
numbers.
difference. The
If
answer
Under the
you
is
Biden
know, yeah,
that it
just
was
look
administration.
for the numbers
lower.
from a good source. Like we said, Pew Research is
You
one of
keep saying
the
from a
better
good
ones.
source. You haven't even. I
Yes.
hear you. I hear you. You keep saying from a good source, but you haven't even asked me what the source was yet. So you're assuming there's not a good source. But
Exactly.
let me ask
It's
you
just
this. Let me
wrong
ask you
because
this.
it's
But
not saying
Moses
what.
himself name checked the FBI website. He said that himself.
No, I didn't say the FBI website. I said the FBI agency has a whole what you would call it
or
for
something.
division, a division
Oh, okay.
for this for this issue.
Okay.
Okay, overall crime trends. The FBI data shows that nationwide crime declined in 2023 compared to 2022. Homicides rates dropped by 13%. Early data in 2024 indicates that murder rates are down 20% as far as the year. Immigrant crime rates. Multiple studies consistently show that immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, commit crimes at lower rates than U.S. born citizens.
Oh my fucking goodness. Yeah, this shit
Don't worry
crazy.
about this fact check. If you want a fact check, you should at least have some legitimacy of where to point us. We can't just go fishing for some fact checks because it's gonna be all day. Like if we
No, I
don't
did
have the
have a
numbers
legitimate
for the
reason
Trump,
for it, and I said what my reason was. My reason was that because one of the reasons you state that, well, I won't say you, that people who support Trump state about the border being out of control is always they're coming over here, murdering our people, committing all these violent crimes, and that he just showed that under Biden's policy, border policy, crime has in fact decreased.
Hold on, man.
no, that's
And
speaking of crime
there's
overall in
one
the
other
United
additional piece
States.
of information. There's one other additional piece of information that I did not read. It says that while immigration convictions increased by 36.8% in August 2023 compared to previous year, this reflects enforcement actions rather than increase in crimes committed by migrants. To put it in perspective.
That is crazy. That is a
Yo,
that
bro,
is
Okay, if you guys
nuts.
are
you
gonna,
know
if
what
you
it
guys
is
are
though?
gonna,
That hurts
if you guys
You
are
know
That
what
is
gonna,
a
it is,
walk
Craig?
around. That's wordplay. That's all that is.
When you look up this shit, everything on there is already fact checked at the top. They start off with a fact check, bro. There's no way around it. No matter where this guy looks, this is where they're gonna say this information comes from. Unless we go to a congressional hearing with Mayorkas or the one with Christopher Race, they're not gonna understand it. They're gonna say it from this angle. There's no way to fight that. So I'm gonna let them keep fact checking us and just let the crowd do what they do because everybody knows what's going on here. I'm not about to argue.
And all the crowd has to do is
if
just
you guys
watch a Trump rally
if you
versus the
guys
Kamala
are
Harris
gonna,
rally.
if you guys are gonna make an
It'll be obvious.
argument about, if you guys are gonna make an argument about why you support a border policy and you're not
Mhm.
using facts for it, I have a right to fact check it because it's
But
What you
your
mean we're
misinformation.
initial
not using
premise
fact?
was your initial premise was that that these violent acts happen, and I was going to purport the one at UGA where the girl got murdered. That was a national headline one. Legal immigrant murdered this girl by the lake. Also, right here in Monroe, Georgia,
I
somebody
never
was
said they,
Lake
beheaded.
and
but I never
Raleigh.
said they don't commit crimes. I never said they don't commit crimes.
No, but you did ask
But
about
the
a
argument,
beheading,
but the argument
and there
was,
was
But I would
someone that was
ask you.
but the
beheaded.
I
statement
would ask you
was
how,
the
how
state.
how could you have more migrants come into the country and them not commit more crimes? How does that make sense?
Because you're being misled about how many are actually getting into the
I,
country and what's happening with them.
not every, because the
Man,
argument always is that people. I'm sorry. Go ahead, chocolate. I talked over you. Go ahead, chocolate. Because,
I had to mute myself because they talking in the back.
So
okay.
But yeah, I was just saying. I mean, like if you actually truly did the research in multiple different ways, you would see the truth is just that. That under Biden and even Obama, when it comes to immigration policy and who was stricter or who was lighter, they both are way stronger than him. Even though he did all that reckless stuff and stripped those families away from their children or children away from the fathers, however you want to put it,
that's not true
without a way
either,
to put them back
bro.
together. And that's exactly what happens. Those people and those children were in
So
cages.
fact check that
Just
real
like he
quick. Who
really
built the
does say, and all you
cages?
have to do is just
man,
Who
yo,
built the
Craig,
like I
we
was.
cages?
don't,
Fact check that
Craig,
real quick.
man, I don't even care to.
Okay. I let you guys go on for about a good 5 minutes, right? So, what I'm hearing is that a claim has been made that migrant crimes were higher under the Biden administration. I'm going to let my fact checkers off of mute, and hopefully they could be able to shed some light on what we're talking about. And I muted you guys so they can have time to speak, and then I will give you a second to say what you feel. But in all reality, um, the fact checkers are here to fact check what you are saying. They they're using Perplexity, they're using ChatGPT, they're using the government websites, they're using all of these things that we spoke about in the private. So it's kind of weird that now that we all had these conversations about how we were going to fact check and how we were going to go about it, and now it's an issue, but I'm gonna let it rock. So with that being said, Rep, for the last time, for the people in the back, can you tell us any of the facts on the migrant crimes? Fusion, if you would
No.
like to say anything, you can as well.
Okay,
Fusion, you
I
want to
got
go
a
first?
couple. Yeah, unless Rep wants to go, but maybe the answers in a different form might help. And you did ask about 2023 and 2022, so I have something on that.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Specifically to your migrant crime statistics for 2022 versus 2023, you have, and this is from the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. So you have non-criminal citizens encountered 2022, 16,993. 2023, 20,166. And then you have non-citizens arrested. So criminal non-citizens arrested, this is through ICE, 61,854. And I'll just round up each number actually for this. So 62,000 for 2022 and 74,000 for 2023. And so as far as criminal citizens arrested, as stated by the Border Patrol and by ICE, the 2022 year is roughly 62,000 and 74,000 for 2023. And it can also break down from assault charges. This one is also through ICE. From 2022 was 23,000 and 2023 was 33,000. Homicide related charges, again through ICE, it was 1,098, and 2023 was 17,013. The other is just weapons offenses. So I don't even know if we want to count that, but that's what I have so far.
And are you able to compare those numbers to the numbers underneath the Trump's administration as well?
And so prior to that, actually, in the form of the question, let me go back up. As far as the Trump versus the Biden administration and whether what the difference was. In general, the statement is that, I won't be long with it. Let's say that it wasn't a significant increase, but an increase. Okay? So, which shows in some of the numbers that we just talked about. In Biden, it's so non-citizen apprehensions and criminal convictions. Trump administration, 2017 to 2020, convictions encountered by the CBP ranged from 10,000 to 10,596 to 12,705 annually. Also by the U.S. Border and Customs and Border Protection. The total
Fusion,
number,
Fusion, hold on real quick. Hey, hey, thank you. Please leave. Oh, thank you, Critical. All right, back to you, Fusion.
okay. So basically, under Trump administration, the total changed from 500,026 to in 2017 to 1,148 in 2019. And Biden administration, total number of non-citizens with criminal convictions estimated 16,000, increased to 16,933, and 20,000 in 2023. The total enforcement actions, again including apprehensions and expulsions, surged to 3.2 million encounters in 2023. Yep. So that's the number on those as far as the comparison.
I appreciate you. Rep, is there anything that you wanted to add?
No additional information from where from other than what was reported.
Thank you so much. All right. With that being said, it looks like that will be another point against Team Trump because it looks like it was more crime underneath Trump's administration. So I'm going to open up I'm about to open back up for everybody. Purple, you have 2 minutes, 22 seconds left on the clock to finish out your rebuttal, and then we're going to Trump's side for the counter. That was a long break. Please let them finish, but it is a good Sunday and people got things to do. With that being said, oh, sorry.
Real quick, I don't know if you're deducting a point. Is that so? Are you? Okay. Maybe I didn't. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Because one is 3.2. Biden is 3.2 million. Trump is 1.1 million.
Also, I misspoke.
Yeah. So I think they I don't think they get a point for that. I don't necessarily, but I'm just making sure that the numbers and the time frame is which number is what is. I don't know how you're doing it actually, but I'm just making sure the number is associated to the right administration.
Okay, so so I would be correct in saying that the numbers are smaller underneath the Trump administration for migrant crimes than it is for Biden. Would I be correct in saying that?
Correct.
Okay, so there it goes. Trump Trump got that one off. Great. So I will not be taking
for that though. Oh, I will say there are nuances to that, but as far as the number, 1.1 million, yep, and 3.2. So
okay, so with that being said, like I said, we're gonna go to purple and how y'all delegate the rest of your time is gonna be on you. You have 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock.
Okay.
I'm unmuting everybody. And their time begins now.
Okay, thank you for the fact check. I kind of got lost in expulsions and whatnot, but I was corrected, so thank you. But that still doesn't change my point. Um, you know, I think that this constant demonization of people coming over the border only serves to, in my mind, potentially increase crime, crimes against them. Moses also said, Trump's not in office, blah, blah, blah. Wait, sorry. I won't say blah, blah, blah. That's a little disrespectful. Um, yes, he's not in office, but he still has the power of persuasion. However wrong that is, nobody out of office should be able to call Congress or the Senate and tell them what to do, and they do it. But the fact that the world in which we live, that currently happens. And there were Republicans who said that, I don't remember which Republicans, but there were Republicans who said that Trump called them and they went with it. That's just a fact. Um, and, you know, yeah, I agree. They're not doing their job. They absolutely are not doing their job. But that's what happened. And I know that some Democrats voted against it as well. They had their reasons. Um, Langford, no, I'm not going to say that because I don't know for sure. Um, but at the end of the day, it was a bipartisan bill, a very strong bipartisan bill, because Langford is one of the most conservative Republicans in office, and he was championing it, and it was killed primarily because Trump got involved and started making phone calls. And, either they want border security or they don't. There was an opportunity for a comprehensive plan to stem the flow of illegal immigration and to give the Border Control the money that they needed to do their job properly. There was money, and I'll say again, one of the most important things besides just the security of the border is judges getting in there and adjudicating these cases so people don't end up in the United States for 5,
30
7,
seconds
10
left.
years illegally. I would do the same thing. I'm in here, let them try and find me. I've been here for 10 years working. Why should I go? Why would I want to go back? We have to figure out a better way to do it. And I believe that Kamala's policies are a better way to do it. We got to give it a shot.
And that's your time. We are going to Team Trump for the counter. With that being said, you have 4 minutes on the clock, OG, and your time begins now.
Man, I kind of wonder, like, how is this shit really scored, especially like if you do a fact check and then you end up being proven wrong. Does that like give us something? But even if it doesn't, it doesn't matter. The thing here is the issue with the border came about under I want to say like the Clinton era. It wasn't, something that either, administration that we're talking about right now kind of like brought into play. But what I will say is one tried their best to stop the bleeding. The other opened up the floodgates. That's the biggest issue here. We're not trying to act like this is some new fucking issue. It's been an issue. And as far as like, other countries and them coming here, the problem that I have with it is why can't they fight for their own shit in their country? Why do they have to come here, and support bills that support funds that we bust our ass for to go to other places? I don't like that. Like, I'm just trying to understand how we can be America first. The one thing I liked about Trump, going back to our candidates, is that he's putting America first. And some of y'all don't like that. You think that it means like, oh, no immigration. This country was built using immigration as well. We understand that. But there gotta be a process to this. You can't flood towns with thousands of people that don't have jobs, nowhere to live, and just say, yeah, figure it out. That's not right. If y'all want to talk about like humanitarian shit, like what's American like in that? Like how do we bust people in and then not have shit for them? Like if we can't do this, why are we doing it? Because every town that's getting hit with it is saying, "Oh, we can't handle it." I don't see near one saying, "Yeah, we got it. It's under control." Listen, man, they came in, 2,000 Haitians or 3,000 Venezuelans, and yeah, we put them right in homes, and they got right to work, and they got cars, and everything's good. It doesn't work like that. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, so 160 plus nations have crossed the southern border as well. 160 plus nations. That doesn't mean that we're talking about just people that are black and brown. These are all different kinds of people that are coming across our border, and they're using asylum for the reason to be in this nation. To use asylum is almost, I mean, the fear for people is that it's the Trojan horse. Asylum is the Trojan horse. These people aren't coming here really looking for work. That's the worry. I'm not
Right.
saying this to be I'm not saying this to be facetious at all. We are a nation founded on immigration, but there is a legal process, and to just blatantly open up asylum to people, the reason for asylum is not for work. You can't seek asylum because you don't have a job. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ken.
not only that, but on the heels of a struggling fight against human trafficking, during these processes right now, we have lost track of 300,000 children among a crisis with human trafficking. So if that ain't negligence, criminal negligence, I don't know what is. Something has to be done. We can't help everybody. Every country has borders. Every country protects those borders because if you don't, the quality of life ceases to exist. At what point do we say no more? It have to shut down. Not forever. There should be some studies dedicated to how many number wise we can afford. Because if we bring them here and just dropping them off in the bus station, wait till this winter. What you think them migrants gonna do in Chicago and New York when they ain't got no places to go? It's just a compounding effort that nobody in this administration seems to take serious until it's too late. And that's what my fear is. We try to get at them when it's already too late. You have to be preventative with these type of measures.
Well,
300,000 kids.
I don't
The
see how
idea
people
that
care about the people if they're willing to allow them to go through what they go through on their journey to even get into this goddamn country. Like if everybody knew what's going on, like they're acting like these people are not like dealing with very fucked up people. It's the cartel running the border, the other side of it. And I want to go back to this one thing you said about eminent domain. Everything along the fucking
Time.
the federal border is owned by them.
That's your
Federal
time.
border.
That's your time. Now we are about to move on over to these judges. The judges will have 3 minutes each to speak to anything they heard in the last round. We're going to start with the lovely Ruby. Ruby, you have 3 minutes on the clock. You may begin when you like.
Can you go to Humble, please? I just need one moment.
No problem. Humble, you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Blessings,
Okay,
blessings.
you have 3 minutes on the clock. It's on you.
I'm going to start with Team Kamala first. Um, y'all did an amazing. Y'all had amazing start to y'all second round. I would love to see y'all get back to um y'all in depth, bringing out the facts, bringing out the sources, explaining, y'all points that y'all are bringing. In this round, it felt more y'all had two rebuttal rounds, and it wasn't so much of a, all right, this is a rebuttal round, and this is our round to talk about this. Um, Also, another thing, um, with the, hold on, let me get it. Yeah, so I would love to see y'all get back more into the description of y'all stances. Um, I know y'all are utilizing fact checking. I would love to see more specifics on fact checking, not just, fact check off of a say so or a think, if they bring out a fact or if they bring out a stance, and they're supporting that stance, then, I would love to see, more strategic fact checking. Um, Another thing is, just all participants, engagement. Also something I also want to talk about, or point out really fast is waiting your turn. Composure. Keep the composure. Let's make sure we continue to have a good time. And I love the fact that y'all did have some great rebuttals. Um, Y'all talked a lot about the border. Y'all talked a lot about the border prevention, immigrant prevention. Y'all talked a lot about the casualties of immigration criminalization, who was caught and who wasn't caught. Y'all talked a little about that. And even with these points, I would love to see y'all getting back into getting in detail about some of the points that y'all are making. And now I'm going to move on to, and so that's what I have for the Kamala side. So I'm gonna go to the Trump side. For the Trump side, y'all open around was great. I would love to see more of y'all um making stances and supporting the stances that y'all are making, with more details. It seems as if y'all make a stance, but then y'all get away from the stance that y'all make. So I would love to see y'all make a stance and stick to the stance that y'all are making. Um I know y'all flow, y'all are doing well in all participants, communicating or engaging. I would just love to see, y'all do more of more organizing, when it comes to that, because sometimes, just listening to y'all, it's certain points, kind of get missed when multiple of y'all are talking or multiple of y'all are piggybacking, because just for an example, I ain't gonna be too long, but if OG is talking and the OG passes it to Craig, but Craig talk about another, he getting off into something else other than supporting what OG was saying. So I would love for y'all to get back on synchronicity in that manner. Y'all did a great job of that in the first round. And it's the same to y'all. Just wait your turn, hold composure. I know I got a little spicy when we start talking about the borders. This is one of, for me personally, one of the most important uh parts of this debate, when we're talking about the borders and the immigration and how we're going to prevent certain immigration crimes, and what immigrants are allowed to come in, what immigrants aren't allowed to come in. I think both parties did a great job of talking about that and bringing their points about that. I would just love to see just a little bit more structure, and I land my plan on that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Ruby, if you're ready, we could go to you or we could go to Munchie. Let me know.
Tap in, Munch. Where you at? You want me to go?
Munchie, you still
Okay.
here?
I'm here. I'm here. I've been here the whole time. Apologize. I got it's all good. No excuses. Pardon self for the last what's the name? I have to walk away because I do got some life things going on here. In a good way. But anyways, I'm gonna start off like this. I expected more. Straight up. The as far as presentation, I hear a lot of things said, and I would have loved to see documentation. I would have loved to see the actual statistics that you guys speak of and present that. Where was the origins of that? A big point of these debates are to inform the people, right? And unless you get a counter where they want to ask you for a fact check, we're taking a lot of this off the whim because there isn't any evidence being provided. Not saying that the evidence doesn't exist, but I would love to see some form of screen sharing. And I do want to give out a little shouts to Moses for throwing some data, even though it wasn't during his presentation. He was throwing data out there, even to counter. So that was the only type of actual factual data that was presented through the whole debate, as well. First round, I think that both of y'all did great, but I would love for you guys to utilize the time. There's so much that needs to be said. There shouldn't be a minute or 30 seconds left at the end of your time on any of these counters, rebuttals, or the initial round statement, right? So as well, I would like to see the unison as well. If it's three of y'all, if somebody fall off, you know what I mean, and you need to piggyback to get them on track, hop in, you know what I mean, help your fellow teammates. I would like to see a lot more teamwork. Those are my negatives, right? So I do appreciate the information that's been presented. Like I said, I would have liked to have a lot more detail in your presentation as far as where you guys are getting this verbiage from. But overall, I like the respect that everybody's given. I am an impartial judge, so I don't have a party I'm aligning with. I'm sticking strictly on the information provided and the presentation. Not so much on a bipartisan on who I think is better. So yeah, that's what I got to say so far. I'm mad I missed the last one once again. It's my son's birthday and stuff, but I'm here. You guys are doing great. Continue to do what you do. I like to see a little more from y'all. You had time to get down and put in the work. I know you have the work in the background. If you can show the work or actually give us a source to go and see where you got this from. Not on everything because it can get lengthy. I get it, but just show a little more. That's all. And y'all continue to do great. And may the best group win. I'll close right there.
Go ahead, Ruby.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and slightly echo what you've heard from the two previous judges. I've been taking a look, just kind of reading the comments. And partially, right, I think we all want to be clear about what's being said, but we are losing the questions in the fact checking. I think a lot of times, well, a few times here, right, there were some opinions that were expressed and then they were fact checked. Can we not fact check the opinions? And I'm sure it was pretty clear that those opinions were expressed as opinions. So if we could just skip that part, and then I would like to see some time to really sell your candidate a little bit more. Like, I still feel like I could hear a little bit more. We're down to like no time. Do you want your candidate to win? Do you want him to win? Tell me everything and tell me now. We ain't got no more time. All right, that's it.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said, Ruby. So again, I will just like to remind everybody that the judges are holding their points for each round to the last round, which we are on. This is the last round, the last questions. So everything y'all need to get out, please take what the judges have said into account in your responses. With that being said, we're going to Team Kamala first. And the question is, before I give you the question, who will be answering the last and final question?
I will.
Okay.
Purple.
Okay. With that being said, how has your candidates' ideologies influenced their human rights policies or their support thereof? With that being said, you have 6 minutes on the clock, and your time begins now.
So I broke down human rights into several categories: LGBTQ, healthcare, immigration, voting rights. Um, I will start with the LGBTQ. I think her ideologies stem from her work in San Francisco as DA and in California as the Attorney General. She, in this, as vice president, um, with Biden, ordered the agencies to continue to protect LGBTQ people against discrimination by ensuring that they held to the Civil Rights Act, um, Bostock versus Clayton County. So that ensured that people were not discriminated against in places of employment based on their sexual orientation, gender identity, um, and housing and healthcare and credit lending. Um, she plans to continue that stance through her presidency, and I think that that's very important. You know, the LGBTQ community is discriminated against just like everybody else, and deserve protections just like everybody else. And you know, while she was the attorney general, she championed um, the no hate law, and she also uh, called for more anti hate legislation while she was while she was the district attorney of San Francisco. And you know, for those of you who don't know about Proposition 8, which was the no hate law in California, Proposition 8 tried to deny same sex marriages in the state of California, and she went to bat to um, help shepherd that in, and refuse to criminalize gay people for wanting to get married. At the time, there was a lot of talk about, you know, gay people not being married and it should be a crime. And, you know, they wanted to convict people for that. And she was totally against that. And she has shown throughout her vice presidency and potentially her presidency that she will continue to fight for the human rights for LGBTQ communities. As far as healthcare goes, I personally see healthcare as a human right. We all know her position on healthcare in terms of specifically women's healthcare, because abortion care is healthcare. And she wants to go back to the Roe versus Wade rules of abortion, which is up into viability, which is usually anywhere from 20 to 24 weeks. And also part of her healthcare plan is to make abortion pills legal again. She also she's also still a proponent for lowering further lowering the cost of insulin. And you know, unfortunately, diabetes affects the Black community disproportionately. And being a diabetic myself, I was born a diabetic. I know how expensive insulin is when you have to pay out of pocket. Um, I'm insulin resistant, so I have to take a lot of insulin, and you know, paying out of pocket a box of insulin pens, there's 5 in there, can cost anywhere from $1,600 to $3,200, depending. Me personally, I ended up going to Canada because I didn't have $1,600 a month to pay on insulin. I think that another part of her healthcare program policies are addressing maternal maternal deaths during childbirth. That also disproportionately affects Black women. More Black women die in child labor and from complications of birth than other communities. I touched upon abortion. I'll go into a little bit of specifics. There are abortion deserts in this country. And, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, I think that we all can agree that there's too much vagueness around what is considered legal and illegal now. And so some doctors are choosing to not help a patient, because when the life of the mother is in danger. So sometimes they are waiting until literally her life is in danger. And there have been women who died because they or potentially become infertile or just had so many different complications that the complications, waiting to treat the complications, either kill them or put them at death's door. Admittedly, that's not a large percentage of these cases, but it's horrific nonetheless because, when you are denied an abortion, or like if you live in Georgia, the closest place you can get an abortion is North Carolina. Not everybody can afford or has the means to drive all the way up to North Carolina and drive all the way back. And if you have to force a woman to wait until her life is in danger, you
30
are
seconds left
asking
in
this,
your grace period.
huh?
30 seconds left in your grace period.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't touch upon immigration. I'll have to do that real quick. We already talked about her policies and her border stance, and we talked about, her raising $5.2 billion to help host origin countries figure out what's going on in their country to keep their people there. Voting rights is also human rights, and I can't give you everything because I'm running out of time, but she wants
Hi.
to shoot.
No problem. Okay, so we're going to Trump's rebuttal round. You have 4 minutes on the clock. OG,
Okay.
you can start. You can start
Damn,
now.
Moses, I really wanted to start.
Man, just let me get these two parts off, Craig, and you got it right. So when it comes to like humanitarian efforts, right? She went over there to Africa and she was like talking to these people about homosexuality. When Trump was in Africa and even helping Africa, his help was to help them arm themselves to fight Boko Haram, the people that were snatching up young girls and had the whole fucking issue that Barack Obama was pushing. I'm not going to get too deep into it, Craig. Go ahead, since you want to get in. Go ahead.
So, as much as Democrats want to think that abortion's on the ballot, abortion's not on the ballot. The Supreme Court already ruled on it. It would take an act of Congress, a literal act of Congress, to change that. They have to create an amendment to change exactly what Democrats are trying to do right now. The simple facts are she can't get it done. She wouldn't be able to get it done because it would take a supermajority in both the House and the Senate in order for her to get something like that done. It's not happening.
Well, that's why she threatens the filibuster.
Question was about, right. That's why she threatened the filibuster, and that's why a lot of Democrats are moving away from that, because the understanding would be, if you get rid of the filibuster, we're looking at civil war in this country. We don't need that.
Yep. As an ode to humanity, I wanna speak on the aspect. There's no greater ode to humanity than a world without conflict. I think Trump, as a sitting president, was one of the most efficient presidents when it comes to conflict and ceasing conflict. Whether it was Taliban, whether it was ISIS, like Moses stated, AFRICOM, he funded Nigeria, the first president to give them weapons. Talk about corruption, child labor, all this centers around Ukraine, one of the biggest banking corrupt places in the world. You can pull up Alpha Bank, Citigroup. All these banks have been caught laundering money through weapons contracts, all other type of stuff. Not only that, Trump is the only sitting president to make a proclamation to modern day slavery, the shit that was happening up in Libya, where black people still to this day are getting slave traded. You know what I mean? That's another thing. He was the only sitting president to call out the Pentagon for being war hawks, another ode to the military industrial complex that has wreaked havoc since Bush. Uh, Not only that, he was the only sitting president under him to have the Pentagon audited, where they found trillions of dollars unaccounted for, another ode to the military industrial complex. School choice. Let's talk about our kids, humanity. Change is the future. Let's worry about these kids. Let's get them heading in the right direction. So, as far as humanitarian efforts, I definitely got to side with Trump, and not somebody like Kamala Harris, who tried to push truancy laws and had single mothers locked up because their kids were sick and missed school.
30 seconds left on the
Epstein.
clock.
How are we gonna forget about Epstein? We got Epstein under Trump. Epstein also the Clinton Global Initiative for the shit they were doing in Haiti with the hate trafficking kids. They got called on investigation under Trump. Epstein got indicted under Trump. I mean, we talk about humanitarian crises and humanity, right?
Yeah, his administration donated money towards sex trafficking and all that.
Yeah.
You definitely see what side of the fence he's on. He even talked about the fact that he didn't build the cages. Obama and them did, and then FEMA operated with it, and that's just what was going on.
Trump did pursue Epstein to the comment. He was the only. If you go look at Virginia Guffey's lawyer, he says it in himself in the old footage that Trump was the only celebrity in Hollywood willing to cooperate with
Grace
that
period.
investigation. But I mean, we could peel back that onion a long time. Go ahead.
You still have 20 seconds left on your grace period.
I mean, I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, he
No.
wanted to pull back AFRICOM. I challenge people to go research what AFRICOM is, why Africa is a land of waste to what it is today due to our military adventures. He wanted to
Time. That's your time. Yeah, it's time. And we are going to Team Kamala for the counter. Who will be starting your counter? Okay, Chocolate. So I have 4 minutes on the clock, and your time begins now.
All right. Kamala Harris has been a leading voice in addressing some systemic racism in policing and criminal justice system. She has supported efforts to end mass incarceration, eliminate cash bail, and promote police accountability. These efforts are aimed at addressing the disappropriate impact that the system has on communities of color. A stark contrast from Donald Trump, who during his presidency showed little commitment to maintaining criminal justice reform. In fact, Trump's administration often exacerbated racial tensions through inflammatory rhetoric and policy. Initially, Kamala Harris believes the U.S. should be a global leader in human rights, standing up against authoritarianism regimes, and support democratic movements around the world. She has commanded human rights abuses in places like China and other places around the world. The bottom line is that outside of everything y'all talking about all these different things when it comes into different people you want to bring up and different things and different stories you want to bring up, the reality is that the Kamala Harris is on the record for her whole life, out from college all the way up to now, fighting for human rights, fighting for the people. If you look at not only Trump's life and his record and what he's actually saying now, the road every day, if you just look at that, you guys will not be able to support what you're even trying to say that he's doing because he don't support what you're saying, what he's doing. And I let my plane. I pass
Two
it to
minute,
one of my other teammates.
2 minute warning. 2 minute warning.
Queen, did you have something you wanted to say? If not, I can go.
Oh, I did want to give a
Can you
couple
go
of
ahead and go?
references though.
I'm trying to get in my car.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Chocolate.
One of the references that I encourage people to look at is um, onefactchecks.org, independent.co.uk, which when this is where outside of America looking into America, looking at Trump versus Harris, and also Wikipedia if you want to look up policies. Come on, man. That's right. I'm losing time. I'm losing time when it comes into you looking at political positions of Kamala Harris. So again, if you want to know, all you have to do is look, and you'll find what you need to look for in her because the facts are there. Trump has none of it. All in my plan.
And I want to mention that I got my 5.2 billion number from the U.S. Embassy in Honduras in terms of the money that Kamala's raised to address the root causes of the issue. I think that it, you know, I would like to focus on the things that she's championed here. As I said before, um, besides women's health care, there's also the Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, and making sure that we have greater access to the ballot, more mail-in voting, same-day voter registration, longer times for early voting. And I got that from democracyact.com, I think is what my notes say. Democracy docket, sorry. And I think that those are important human rights um, initiatives. We keep wanting to say America first. And, I believe that all those human rights policies and programs and things that she's doing do put Americans first.
30
Women's health
seconds
care
left.
first, um, making sure we can vote, protecting LGBTQ, our health care. All of that is an America First policy, in my opinion. And I think that she has shown over and over again that she is willing to go to bat for us when it comes to our human rights. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Your time is up. With that being said, we're going to go to Team Trump. We're going to be asking the same question. I'm going to repeat the question now. I'm going to ask this time who is starting call to questions because the one time I didn't ask, Craig wanted to go first.
Yeah, it's all good. Craig, did you want it?
Well, I mean, before you start, Moses, I mean, you could go ahead and start our time, is it? But I'll make one comment.
Okay,
Let me
no
know if you
problem.
want
I'm
to
gonna
go.
be
I'm gonna let you know. If you want to go in,
Uh,
just tell me now. You can start it
no,
now.
no. Okay, so
wait.
Chocolate's
Hold on.
just
No,
Let me
hold
telling
on.
us
She
repeat
what
got to
he's
start
giving
the.
the
us
time.
information.
She got to start the
Okay.
time, Craig. So do you want to
All
start
Wait.
it
Let
off
me.
so she can know who's starting?
right. Yeah, no, go ahead, Moses. I'll just let it go.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly repeat the question for the audience and everybody else in the room. How has your candidates' ideologies influenced their human rights policies? We have 6 minutes on the clock, and Moses is on you.
So the way I see it is my candidate, he's about these countries taking care of themselves. The one thing that I did like about him with Africa is he said, these people should be over their own resources and figure out their own shit. Like we should, we shouldn't be in the middle of that. That's a good thing. at least for Africa. I respect that, right? I think people have been asking for that from America for decades, for generations. Okay, so after that though, the other thing though that was said is like when you talk about your vote, right? How much of a vote do you have when you're now dealing with a candidate that was placed in front of you and you was forced to vote for? Like I just don't get this whole thing with the Democrats that act like that wasn't a deal. Like that's not what happened here. Like that Joe Biden didn't have plenty of time to drop out the race for y'all to choose a candidate and figure out if it would be Cornel West, RFK, whoever, and they won. Who could, we don't know, but they weren't given that opportunity. I land there. Go ahead, Craig.
So I was just going to say, Chocolate just told us where he's getting all his information from. It sounds like he's been reading this entire time. He didn't come with
Not
any kind of
all of
real
it. Not
facts.
all of it. And I had and I
What I
read some
will
stuff I
say,
put
hold
together.
on, hold on.
Yo,
Hold on, be
My
quiet.
time.
Go on mute.
We're
Go on
claiming
mute,
my
little bro.
time, dog. So
That's
what I will say about our candidate is our candidate has really and truthfully gone above and beyond to try to protect our borders and protect the right of the people to vote. 41,000 undocumented people in Arizona had the right to vote in 2020, and Arizona has actually had to fix some of that. They've had to fix some of their voting laws. The Supreme Court actually did that, but I'll put it down in the comments for you, just so you guys can know. And if you really want to go watch it, I think you should. You should go watch Chip Roy talking before Congress and speaking about exactly this. So I I really respect what Donald Trump is trying to do for us, and Kamala is not wanting to do that. Congress has
Yeah.
tried to push to allow undocumented immigrants to vote, and it's not just Congress. This is Democrats trying to make this push. So, go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to the USMCA deal and how much that impacted humanity. It replaced NAFTA of the Clinton era, the North American Free Trade, that destabilized local economies. It took money from local farmers in Ecuador and Honduras. You speak of Honduras, and many other nations that are on the brink of disaster. He replaced it with USMCA, which keeps companies like Monsanto and all these other multinational global corporations from wreaking havoc to local economies around the world. It's about righting America's wrongs. So that's why I believe Trump and his humanist ideologies purport a better opportunity for people of the world. And he's against corruption. That's all Ukraine was about. Slush fund and money laundering. That's it.
Well, I just posted a picture of a video of Jesse Jackson when he was giving all praise to Trump because of all the work that Trump had did in the black community. This is way before politics. There's a reason that you said time.
No, I said 2 minute warning. I'm sorry.
Oh,
2
2
minutes.
minutes. Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, there's a reason why to me that it seemed like there's a big switch. It just all of a sudden happened. It's like the media and all these places that he was welcome, they no longer welcome Trump. And I have something, in my bones that makes me feel like maybe, just maybe, it's because he wanted to be a great president and honestly do something good for America, and not just America, for other countries, the best way that we can. Because just funding people money isn't necessarily the way to help a problem. That's some bullshit. Like, if you want to help a problem, help them get stable.
That's a fact. And raising money to fund a caravan of 10,000 people to get to America is not help. Through AdBlue, we know these Democrats use AdBlue. MasterCard has been accused of it. They're funding the caravans. These people are getting separated. These kids are traveling with traffickers. You know what I mean? Like that's not no human rights effort at all. It may look like it, but it's definitely not. Not with
There's
300,000 kids missing.
there's no way to separate it because when the officials at DHS are asked, you know, where how are y'all delivering these kids? They say, listen, we're given an address, we drop the kid off, and that's what we do. We have to admit that. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? We cannot say as Americans that we care about any humanitarian efforts if we're saying that we're okay in that. Because we know exactly what the fuck is going to be happening with all these perverts in these fucking states across the nation that would love to have their way. That's what they're having though. There's a lot of weird shit going on. And people don't even want to talk about it. But it's been there and this opened up the floodgates.
45 seconds left on your grace period. 45 seconds left.
I would love to see if y'all fact check things. Fact check how many children went missing, you know, between the Trump administration versus the Biden. You know, like challenge us on the things like did Trump aid, you know, the people in Nigeria by giving them guns and ammo to defend themselves, to protect them from Boko Haram, who was stealing their fucking daughters. The whole, you know, what Barack Obama say, bring our girls back, that whole movement.
Yeah,
But
and
you had
collecting money.
opportunity. You didn't give them the aid that they needed to protect themselves though, because you had embargoes.
Trump
Time.
gave them folks attack helicopters.
Time. And when it comes to the fact checking, you got to fact check their information, not your own. I'm bad.
You
That's
know,
the first.
you know what? For me, listen, I'm gonna tell you, I gotta let them do that. I can't. I've never been, you know, a fact check dude because, no offense to your fact checkers, yeah, eh, it is what it is over here. This is your rules, you know.
Well, I
So
would
we're
just
gonna
say
play
that
by them.
if I trust fact checking, I would have believed the Hunter Biden laptop story was false, that it was Russian
Mm-hmm.
disinformation. But we've used that fact check, that same laptop, to criminalize
To
the man.
prosecute them. Yeah.
He's being prosecuted for that laptop. But if you believe what fact checker said, it was never true. It was not. It didn't even
No, it's
exist.
true now. It's true now. It wasn't true then though. That's You're right, and yeah, in the comments you're right. You're absolutely right. But anyway, let's carry on. My bad.
No problem. I was just making a joke and I was letting y'all respond to the joke that I made. We're going to Team Kamala. Who will be doing the rebuttal?
I'll start off.
No
The re
problem. 1 second.
the reason I didn't I'm not fact checking the things that you asked me to fact check because we've been asked to cool it on the fact checking. So and I
No,
don't
that
necessarily just
wasn't for you guys. That wasn't for you guys at all. Y'all have been using said fact check. We know. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. With that being said, I have 4 minutes on the clock, and it's starting on you, Purple. You may begin.
Yeah, so in going over the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Vote Act, I have not seen anything where it says that part of either of those bills would allow illegal immigrants to vote. Um, I don't know if I misheard you. I just don't know where that came from. I'm still looking through it. I don't see it. Um, with in terms of the things that he was doing over in Africa, I mean, I'm kind of on the fence about that because it's like, yes, absolutely going against the Boko Haram is, something that needed to be done. But I also don't know how I feel about supplying weapons because that to me is not really human rights, gearing people up for fighting in war. Um, as far as somebody in the comments said that there are 1,000 women's organizations that are already doing the stuff that I said Kamala was doing, my response to that would be, and I mean, to me, it doesn't matter if there are thousands of, well, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. I think it's wonderful that thousands of organizations are doing that. But a vice president and a president has access to more resources and more public exposure to get things pushed through, um, to get eyes on a problem and potentially get a bill in there to actually like fund some of these organizations and put it in front of the American people. Because a lot of us don't watch TV and watch the news and follow politics and just don't know what's going on out there. And then, as I think somebody else said something about child trafficking, while she was the Attorney General of California, she absolutely was trying to deal with child trafficking and transnational gangs and convicting and prosecuting and transnational gangs and trying to stem the tide of child trafficking. Um, and I believe that because that was near and dear to her heart when she was in California, that she may continue to do that work as president. I don't see any evidence that says that she wouldn't. So I believe that she does place human rights high up on her list. I mean, she's spoken about that, and she's spoken about a friend of hers who was being molested when she was a teenager and what she did to help her friend out. So child trafficking and child sex abuse is high up on her list just based on her own things that she said that have gone on in her personal life and her previous professional life. Well, Mercy, she doesn't pass bills. That's what the Congress does, but it doesn't mean she can't support them. Doesn't mean that she can't get on the phone. That's how it works. The president and vice president and cabinet members will get on the phone and talk to the Senate and the Congress or whoever authored the bill to put their support in it. A vice president can't pass a bill, but a vice president certainly can get on the phone and talk to people and encourage them to push the bill through. That's just basic civics.
45 seconds left in the grace period. 45 seconds left.
Can I just add something really quick? They had said something about Arizona allowing illegal or non-citizens to vote. And I just went and looked that up. Non-citizens in Arizona are only allowed to vote in local or state elections. They're not allowed to vote in federal elections
They're
regarding the
given a
president,
federal only ballot.
senators. No, they're not. And I went and looked it up, and I got it from like 10 different websites: PBS,
They shouldn't
CBS,
vote at all.
NPR.
Why would they vote in
Well,
anything though? They're
but
not a
that's their
Back to
citizen.
the
state
floor.
Hold
law. First
Why
of
on.
should they
Wait,
all,
be
wait,
able to
wait.
vote
Oh
in
my goodness.
anything? That's crazy.
Hold on. This was still their rebuttal. I'm going to give you 10 extra seconds, Queen, to finish what you were speaking about. And then you guys have a time to counter. It's only 10 seconds left. I'm sorry, 13 seconds left, Queen. It's on you.
Arizona made that as their own state law, and what states want to do for their own local and elections is what they can do. But federally, they're not allowing non-American people to vote in laws, period.
And that is your time.
Thank you.
He voted. Why should he?
That was your time. And now we are going to Trump for the counter. We're going to start with you, OG.
Do one of y'all
You
want it?
have 4.
Craig? Camp?
Yeah, so what I'll say to that real quick
Wait,
is
hold on real
I
quick,
put
Craig.
my
Hold on
source
real
down
quick,
in the
Craig.
comment.
Hold on, Craig. 4 minutes on the clock and your time begins now.
Yeah, so I put my source down in the comments. Chip Roy spoke about it on the Congress floor. If you don't believe it, you can go look it up. But non-citizens were able to vote in federal elections. In fact, they were given a federal-only ballot as non-citizens because they could not prove their citizenship. They weren't allowed to vote in state and local elections. Now, things might have changed since because the Supreme Court actually took it up as well. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, I was going to say that's the purpose of a provisional ballot. If any person was to visit any voting precinct and has some kind of documentation, whether it's a school ID or a driver's license, and there's any kind of inconsistency, they cast a provisional ballot to be determined later on by a poll worker. Where's the oversight in that process? We don't know if these provisional ballots go on to be casted or not. So they're able to vote.
They're not given provisional ballots, though, Camp. They're given federal-only ballots.
Yeah, but I'm saying even in the case that they didn't request a federal-only ballot, if they had an ID and wasn't a citizen, and there was some kind of discrepancy at the polling precinct, they would not turn you away. They allow you to cast a provisional ballot that is to be determined later.
But the problem is, if laws are not being enforced, then it's one thing to say that there's laws that say that they can't do this, but it's another to say that the laws are being broken. And in some places, there's accounts where that's been happening. So, for instance, down here in Georgia, Fulton County, they're reporting 147,000 ballots that they supposedly counted without the verification of signature.
2-minute warning.
And they knew
2-minute warning.
And they knew that they weren't verifying the signatures, and they're about to run the same machines this time, knowing that they still have a glitch in the system. They've openly admitted this, with an apology to Trump. Anybody want get in there? Can't.
A minute and 30 seconds left.
Got time.
Yeah, so if you say that non-citizens haven't voted, then explain to me why Texas had to purge several people off of their voter rolls. Michigan, I believe Virginia is part of that.
Arizona did.
Arizona, like these states have had to purge them from the rolls, and some of these people have voter history. Chip Roy talks about that in exactly that. All you have to do is YouTube Chip Roy non-citizen voting, and it'll pull up, and you can watch.
But see, that's once again, Craig. Like I said, if we're going to ask for fact checkers, right? They're not going to be able to pull up a congressional hearing where the facts are laid out about the 2020 election, way out in 2023 and 2024, and where there's evidence and they're showing you like, yeah, hey, I ain't gonna lie, hey, honestly, yeah, there was major fraud, a bunch of bullshit went down, all types of shit. They're just not going to accept it. And it's cool. I understand where we are at. My whole thing is this. I think that we've laid a good argument on where we stand and why we stand with our candidate. We don't fuck with Trump based on some cult-like behavior. None of that. We're black people. We're black men, just like, well, at least I am. Craig ain't, but Camp is. Craig has to figure it out the hard way, unfortunately. But listen, we're just trying to make an honest dollar out here. And we don't got time for this sensitive ass shit that the other, side of the fence wants to give us when it comes to being black. That's at least what I'm coming from. Go ahead.
45 seconds in your grace period. 45 seconds in the grace period.
Yeah, Trump ain't cut me no check. I ain't get one of those stimulus things. I ain't get rich off no unemployment. None of that shit, man. I support Trump because my child is my future, and I want to raise viable offspring. And Trump ain't the answer to everything, but he's the beginning step to getting this country back on the road. And I come from the Black Liberation Movement, and if you part of the Black Liberation Movement like I am, there's no way you can look at Trump and say he doesn't offer you the best chance to raise a viable offspring, which is the most important
Time.
for me. Fuck a vote.
Time. With that being said, that is the conclusion of this debate. Y'all all did a wonderful job. Really amazing. Just hand tens across the board. So we're gonna start with the popular vote down in the comments while the judges are getting their thoughts together. And going to remind the judges that now you will be giving me your scores from 1 to 6 for each team. With that being said, if you are voting for Team Kamala, I would like for you to put a 1 in the comment. 1 in the comments. Team Kamala, 1 in the comments. Please only one-time voters, one-time voters. This is not Florida. Okay, and if you are voting for Team Trump, please put a 2 in the comments. A 2 in the comments for Team Trump. And with that being said, the popular vote goes to Team Trump.
That's right.
Congratulations, Team Trump. You have won the popular votes.
Now here come the
And
electoral
now,
process.
exactly, here goes the Electoral College. we are going. We going to Munchie first. Munchie.
I am here. Yeah, be quiet, guys, for a second. Let me get out this car. So, yeah. So
Oh, remember,
I'm
you
gonna go
are
start with
giving
the first
me
round.
your. Yeah, start with the
Yes.
first round.
Okay. So for the first round, um, I have to give it to OG side on the first round, and I'll explain why in the point range. Once again, in the first round, nobody made a 6 because off the simple fact of presentation and not showing something to substantiate the points that were being made, right? So I leave both at a 5. I dinged um, half a point to for I think half a point for camp. Excuse me, for OG side because of um, their the lack of presentation, right? But I also dinged them a point for not use of time, right? So I have it scored on the first round to 4.5 to 4, right, for the first round. I don't know if we could do halves, but I had to keep it medium. If not, then I'll drop it to a 3 and a 4, but half is not allowed.
You're good. The half is fine. So
Okay.
4.5
All right.
Trump, 4 Kamala.
Correct.
Gotcha.
The second round I gave to Kamala. Once again, nobody made nobody put in the effort to show documentation, screen share, or substantiate any information that they were putting forth. or even provide a resource to locate that information. So once again, they're down at a 5 on both sides. I dinged it, whether it was right or wrong. I dinged a point off of Trump's side for the back and forth with the fact checker. The fact checkers are important. They're here doing they're here for a purpose. They're not here to go back and forth with the contestants. They're here to provide the facts, and you didn't accept the facts. And I wasn't going to ding them, but the continuation of, I don't want to call it crying, you know what I mean? Because these are my guys down there, right? But yeah, the they didn't want to accept that, but they did accept Fusion right away, and Fusion did say that there are discrepancies there. Fusion provided you with the official numbers of arrests, right? Where and those weren't statistics; those were official numbers. And if the population, which you stated, Moses, yourself, has increased on the migrants, right? Then we should have seen a substantially higher amount of crime if you base it on 100,000 a person statistic like the first one was issued. So I couldn't take that as concrete, or to say that Trump had less crime with that. It only showed the actual numbers and the rest. And we can't go off of that. We have to go off of the population itself when you're doing statistics. Because if you have, extra 100,000 people, that changes. So I dinged y'all for that. Also, I dinged a half a point for the interruption. I know you didn't mean it, sis. And sometimes it can get hot, but it was an interruption in the middle of I would say one of the serious debates I've seen on here. There wasn't much arguing, and that was a stone, thrown at the glass. So I think you have a point for there. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and do the same. I'm gonna reverse it for this one. I'm giving 4.5 to Kamala, and I'm giving 4 to Trump. The last one. Once again, nobody, even after I mentioned it, after when I chimed in, nobody took the time. You guys just blew it off like if my words were in vain. So I'm dinging y'all again. No sixes for anybody on this one, on any round, because this should have been presented, and the information you're presenting, if you didn't have the actual data to screen share or anything like that, I get it. You should have at least took a little bit of time to give some resources of where we can find the things that you guys are talking about. But once again, I'm not in any party. I'm going strictly off of the information, and you guys, I feel they should have been teaching the people as well, right? Given I stated that on purpose. I have, I'm coming in with a empty mind when it comes to this, and so I need to be informed. You can't just say something and I have to assume that it's right. It should have been shown. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and break this one even. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm giving a straight up draw down the middle, and I'm gonna give both parties a 5.
Okay. Just to let you know, for this portion, it's all about the judges. Y'all be able to speak after, but this part is only about the judges. Ruby is on you.
Okay, woo. Anybody else have to stretch? Because, like, God, all right, my back not built for this. Now, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, now to the scores. Okay, I'm gonna go. Let's see here. Team Kamala, which is Team Blue, and then I'm gonna say this. When y'all first started out, I liked the opening arguments. Team One, That's Kamala. Chocolate, you came out, you were passionate, excited. I like how you talked about Kamala. I could tell you that's who you want there, right? For your opening statements. I thought that was really, really good. I would say though, in another I don't know. Did you guys all get a chance to add into the opening statement? Because I know it's typically done by one person, but I am kind of curious. Did you guys all add into the opening statement, or was that all you, Chocolate? You don't have to answer that now. I know there'll be a wrap up party. I could talk about it there. To Team Red. All right, y'all came out fiery as well. I like the opening statements. You guys were as well energetic. So I'm giving both. All right. So round one for Team Blue. I gave you guys a 5. Okay. Round two, Team Red, 5. All right, now I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to go ahead and skip to round 3. I'm going to go back to 2. Hold up. All right, so round 3. I want to speak to that round first because, I came in round 2 and I made some comments, right, about the fact checking. And I like how y'all switched that up. You got on focus, you got on point, and you sold your candidate. So for round 3, both Team Blue and Team Red will receive a 6. I like how you guys came in there. I do. I wish we could have had that throughout the whole damn thing. We lost a little focus, which brings me to round 2. Okay, so round 2 is my decider round, I think, right there.
I
There's
just
a
got back in
difference
the
for
car.
me.
I just got back in the car.
Round two, real quick. All right,
Okay.
one of the things
Munch
Going
that
and
for
was
the
mute
mentioned
back.
real
earlier
quick.
was the decider round for me. Okay,
Okay.
round 2. Now there was some talk about presentation, although it was not a formal presentation, a PDF or anything like that. There was a little bit of data that was thrown in the comments, which I can appreciate, right? To support some of those statements. I think that Team Red, right, took the opportunity to try to back up some of their statements in round 2. Team Blue, you guys lost focus. You lost focus. You lost the opportunity to talk about your candidate and stay on point. So therefore, Team round 2, Team Kamala, I gave you a 2. It's a blue 2. All right, round 2, Red, you got a 5. Ruby out.
Oh, it's my turn. Blessings, blessings.
Oh, no, no,
Um.
no. Wait, one
Oh,
one second, Humble. I'm sorry. Ruby, round 1 for Trump. What did you give? I'm sorry.
5s for round 1 on
Okay,
Team Blue as well as Red. 2 was the
gotcha,
decider round, and we're out. Okay, good.
gotcha. And Humble, it is on you.
all right. Blessings, blessings. Um, so for Team Trump, Team Kamala, both of you guys did well. Both of your teams did okay. This will be posted on YouTube. I'm sure y'all can, hit up Brother Rep later. And if y'all anything like Brother Humble, and if y'all got some future debates that y'all plan on going to, I'm sure this debate, you go on YouTube and look at it, it'll be great in helping you improve for future debates. But ultimately, y'all guys did a great job. Round 1, I gave so for round 1, Team Trump, I gave a 3. The reason I gave Team Trump a 3 for round 1, because in the beginning, y'all excuse me, y'all information just wasn't really organized. You had different people speaking about different things. And a lot of times we just didn't know where your next statement or your next example or breakdown was going to come from. Round one, I gave Team Kamala a 5. I love the organization. In round one, the breakdown of the information, the statistics, you know, um, all of the good stuff. I love the fact checking. You know, y'all actually gained some points. With the fact checking. Hey, check this. Hey, check that. Y'all was really on top of the things. In round one. The reason I didn't give y'all a 6 is because y'all didn't physically show anything. It wasn't really in presentation form. Y'all was just speaking. um Round two, for Team Trump, I gave a 4. Y'all did better, and I feel like Team Trump, y'all took the criticisms and the statements from the judges from round one, and y'all carried it over a little bit more in round two. Y'all were a little more organized, and y'all were just a little in sync, a little more in sync in round two. So I gave y'all a 4. For round two, for side Kamala, I gave a 3. A little throughout the rounds, y'all was losing focus. Um, it's it, I think what hurt y'all in round two was the fact that all of y'all didn't participate. And y'all didn't quite bring the organized information that I seen in round one. Um, it 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 just wasn't structured like round one. Like, it just, all of the information, like how y'all went into detail, how y'all made your points, how y'all talked about bop bop bop, all of that. It was just lacking that. And I guess that squabble that we had in the middle of round two, kind of threw people off focus, threw off y'all games. But that really hurt y'all when y'all wasn't on point, y'all wasn't on the same page. And also the fact that everybody wasn't engaging, everybody wasn't there. So I gave y'all a 3 on that round. For round 3, for Team Trump, um I gave a 3. um I'm gonna piggyback off of what Munchie said, because in round two with the judges, I feel like we gave a lot of extra pointers, and we even doubled down on some pointers that we gave in round one. It felt like y'all took those pointers in round two, but in round three, it seemed like y'all kind of like reverted back to the same thing y'all was doing in round one. You know what I'm saying? By just, okay, he said this, so I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna say this. Um, got it. Hold on, y'all. But so round three for Team Kamala, I gave a 4. Um, y'all presentation got a little better. Again, I think what hurt y'all in round three was the fact that just the presentation, right? It wasn't put in presentation form. Um, it was just more so like y'all are supporting, you know, who y'all were physically voting for outside of the debate, right? It almost didn't feel like a debate anymore after a while. It felt like a conversation that was being had. Um, and so that's why I gave a 4. Um, if y'all would have stuck to the just how y'all came out in the first round, you know what I'm saying? I think that would have benefited y'all more. So basically, y'all just fell off as the rounds got closer and closer. The reason I gave Team Trump a 3, just because y'all fell back into your old patterns. you know y'all was just saying, just piggyback off each other, just saying things, not going too much into detail. Y'all be just making statements, not really going too much into details, into making statements. Just like OG, I thought OG was going to come powerful in the beginning of round 3, but I understood that he wanted Craig to get in, so he was just like, I'ma save this. But when it was his turn to get back into it, he ain't dive into he didn't dive into. I think he was going to go into the child abductions, under Trump law, and he wanted to really get into it. But when he passed it to Craig and he got it back, he ain't really get back into it like I thought he was going to get back into it. So those are the scores that I gave, and those are the reasons that I gave the scores that I gave.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that being said, again, before I give out the the who won the debate, I want to thank all of y'all for dedicating your time, coming out, listening, being here, all of that. I really do appreciate it. I know everybody got real lives and real things to do. I wanted everybody to realize that people are traveling, people are on their way to work, people are already at work, and they're still sitting here doing this debate for y'all. So thank y'all for that, everybody. With that being said, the score is 37.5 points to 38.5 points, and it goes to Team Kamala. And what really hit y'all was that fact checking. That's where it happened at. And again, that was a very close debate. Even with it was only a minus 2 points for the fact check. And it was on the billions versus trillions conversation. And also the first one, I believe,
with the headquarters. It was
yeah,
the
the
Yo, so
headquarters of
I
Google.
just
Yes.
want to say this. Shout out to you for running a productive panel. Shout out to the opposing side, even the homie that had to leave. I know he had a flight. Um,
Yeah.
I know this took hours. Shout out to the motherfucking people in the comments that stuck it out with us. Shout out to y'all. And even though I don't agree with the results, I'm not accepting them for another
Okay.
4 years. Okay. I'm still
I
gonna
ain't
say to
mad
y'all,
at
I had
you.
fun. I had fun. I
yeah,
loved it.
it's fine.
I enjoyed it. And shout out to y'all, man. For real, for real.
Yeah, it was fun.
Right. Shout out to y'all. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Anybody else? Yeah, it's open floor. Y'all can come off of mute. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Um,
Thank
I want to say
God. Thank
something.
God.
So I want to address the.
Just one, by the way. Thank
I just
God.
want
Because I'm like, dude,
I want to
to
say
address
this
the
I
something.
just want to thank
headquarters
you.
Good
thing.
job, Issa.
So
thank
I
you. Thank
stated
you.
that Google was a multinational corporation, and my words were closed its headquarters in China. It was AI. It was Google's AI research, global AI research center that closed. Like whether that's I understand that there's a headquarters still here in America. It's a multinational company. I said the headquarters there. They took that as saying as the headquarters in California didn't exist. Just clarification. But we'll take our L. I mean, we ain't crying about it.
Respect,
Yeah,
respect. Listen,
that's
yes,
why
thank
I
God.
spoke out and was saying, like, listen,
Get me hot in the
please moving
comments, man.
forward, be very accurate with what you're talking about and everything you're saying, because when it comes down to fact checking, like they have a job, right? So even when she asked for clarification for what you said, I wish that we could have been more descriptive. That's what I would say.
Yeah, for sure. It ain't like they gave us
But
any fact check, but I guess if I wasn't at work, I would have
yeah,
clarified. But it was fun.
thank you. I appreciate you. And
Listen, I'm
hello,
not
by
gonna
the
lie to
way, because
you.
I've never spoke to you before
Oh yeah,
today.
yeah. I'm finna follow you now. I heard your name a couple times.
Same,
And
same.
he's reasonable. But I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I was getting heated. Thank God you didn't have me up here because I probably would have been very rude. I was going crazy in the comments. But I'm glad that Queen, Purple, and Chocolate won. I was rooting for you guys. I know y'all was gonna win despite Ruby being a biased judge. Tanya, you lost. Theologian, you lost. Troller, you lost. All y'all niggas lost. Fuck out of here. I'm gonna go back to the beach because I'm hanging on the water. But yeah, and go immigrants. Thank you, period, point blank. Fuck out of here.
Not go immigrants.
So we're gonna listen to weakness. Weakness hit the panel. Now weakness is gone. All right.
My man said, "Go immigrants." I like that. Exactly. That's what made this country. Immigrants made this country. Make that sure. Oh, excuse me. Black people made this country. I'm sorry.
Comment shows the
Getting
real
spicy.
winners. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so I'd like to shout out to everybody on the panel, all the two teams, the judges, people in the even the idiots in the comments. I'd like to give you all a shout out for participating today. It's a good thing because we're in a great country. I fought for this country. I've learned about the lies within this country. I've seen the opportunity for a TV personality to become a president, such as President Reagan. He was an actor to become a president. These people don't know anything about government. They haven't been elected into any positions. They are just by chance winning what they won. And matter of fact, yes, Trump won. He became the president 4 years. He lost the second time around. And he's going to lose again. I'm out.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm glad he's out. He's out. Look, he's out. He's out. He's done.
I would
The
have
comments
loved
shows
to
the real
see.
winners.
I would have loved to see more. I love the idea of both teams when y'all were piggybacking off of each other. I would have loved to see bridged information, right? And bridged information is, one person, they talk about, they make the statement, they talk a little statement, and then the other person come and piggyback and they carry out the rest of the information that was already being said. That's what I was after round one. Once we gave that, in the judge once all of the judges gave that, announcement, that's what I was looking for round two and round three for, one person say this and the other person come in like, okay, well, bop, 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 bop. And then the other person come in, okay, bop, 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 bop. I think that would have had, whichever team would have done this, I think that would have had y'all looking more organized, and not having, not only the fact checkers, or the judges, but just everybody just listening for specific things, you know what I'm saying? Because it seemed like, when y'all was talking and all y'all got in y'all rhythms, you see what I'm saying? We had to listen to certain things from particular people, right? Like, so if Craig was talking about abortions, just an example, if Craig was talking about abortions, we would have to listen to something particular from that. And then, say Critical came in and Critical started talking about, the tax, then we would have to listen to something critical to that, but then it would make us forget all about, what Craig was talking about with the abortions. So, in the future, just make sure that y'all linking y'all information together and finding ways that it all ties together. So by the time y'all finish our presentation, we'll still be paying attention to the same stances that we was paying attention to when y'all first started, And I land my plane with that.
I guess, if I can, I'd like to make a point on Team Kamala.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
I
Okay.
was before you. I raised
I raised my hand
All right.
before you.
All right. How do I raise my
I don't
hand?
know
I'm
what,
sorry.
I don't know what the order is.
So cool. Your mic is very low. Your mic is very low. Cool.
What's the order?
I'm about to walk.
Because I raised my hand also.
Hold on, I'm about to tell you right now. It's gonna be on. Oof.
I'm gonna say this real quick. Then I'm gonna drop. So Balboa. It's actually Balboa's turn.
Yeah, I seen Balboa's hand, and it's really on Balboa. I see her name.
But can I just say this real quick if you don't mind, Mama? I gotta drop down.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't show you on my camera because I got some girls that got no shirt on. But let me say this real quick, right? Shout out to the immigrants on the beach right now hanging out. We chilling. You know what I mean? Shout out to them. But I will say this though. Box number 6 fought in World War II, so we gotta give him this flower. I just had to come up and troll this guy. He fought in World War II. Let's not forget that, okay? Team Kamala, open borders. We're gonna replace the ghettos. I'm fucking around. I'm out. Peace. Yeah. I know y'all was gonna win, but there was some biases going on. Munchie was scared to tell the truth. Like, come on, man. They've been won since Chocolate had his opening statement. They've been won. Like, they whooped their asses. They're being emotional. And Craig is a white supremacist junkie. I already told him about that already. But I'll debate you, Cracker, anytime you want to, all right?
Damn, we getting a little personal now.
Okay, so
Right.
school's a waste of my time because I don't debate people that are squatters. I don't do that. If you're gonna debate me, you got to debate me on something, some kind of merit. We're not even in the same tax bracket, you fucking idiot. So go ahead.
It's on Balboa.
So, first I
I've been
want
muted,
to.
sis. I've been
I
telling
want
you, I've
to.
been muted in the comments for a long time. Sorry, Balboa.
I'm
And I didn't
sorry,
know where to go.
Munchie. You was having a whole conversation in the background while we was doing the judges. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my bad, my part self.
So, congratulations to Team Kamala. I'm very happy that they won. I was worried, mostly because the most substantive fact check that took place was related to the immigration numbers, right? And if you notice, when Rep was going through looking up his fact checks, the numbers that he was getting was leaning towards that the numbers were lower under Biden. And then Fusion, you went to ICE, right? So I'm in a habit of looking at these numbers. And so I kind of know them, but I also was fact checking at the same time. And you will find articles, I actually sent them to Rep Fusion, I don't have your number, showing that the ICE numbers are inflated by numbers that started with Trump. The way that ICE does their numbers is really based on their enforcement, right? So their enforcement could be based on tracking a criminal for whatever time, and then they arrest them, right? But those people could have come in under Trump. And if you look at the articles about what the ICE numbers really say, you're going to find that. So it really is a misrepresentation of when anybody came in and what proper enforcement was being done. So really what those numbers reflect is that under Biden, there was more enforcement, but those people been here since Trump was in office, which tells a very different story than who had the worst migrant crisis where crimes or criminals being in the country were concerned. So just wanted to put that out there. And I think if that was interpreted in that way, then that fact check would have went differently. But fortunately, Kamala's team won anyway. I land my plane.
Well, if that's the case, they could have came in under Bush too. Trump, Obama, Reagan.
Real quick. So that's why I said there's nuances to that number, but we were searching around for the numbers, so I gave them the actual numbers. And it wasn't just from ICE, that was also from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So it was more of the question was a little bit, not vague, but not super specific in the first place. So the number increases and goes up and down anyway, regardless of who's in office. So the point that I think was trying to be made with the numbers, kind of like with some of the other fact checks, that there was an overall point, I guess, trying to be made, but then there's the actual numbers of that thing, even if the overall point is valid.
Yeah, but your actual numbers are the actual numbers of ICE enforcement versus the actual numbers of migrants coming in under a presidency. It's two different things. I stand by what I said.
Because
Just
it
saying.
wasn't about the numbers coming in under a presidency. The literal question was migrant crime. So
right.
it was specifically under migrant crime.
I did say Biden versus Trump. I did say that.
I thought I heard migrant crime.
And migrant crime is still different, right? Because the bottom
Mm.
line is that they came in illegally and they've been here since Trump, and whatever crimes they've done, they could have did the crime in under Trump's presidency, but the enforcement didn't happen until Biden's office. And I'm just saying this based on my knowledge of dealing with the immigration conversation. And
Right.
it's
Hence
no,
me saying there's nuances
I
to it.
understand just looking at it and
I
saying, oh,
understand
okay,
that.
this is the number. That's what makes sense. But if you know this intimately, you understand what the numbers represent. That's all I'm saying. And you don't have to go by me. I sent Rep an article that says as much. Just saying.
My bad. Enforcement, enforcement.
Right. And
Somebody
those
is
statistics were
talking,
from
but they
crime
had
and
I think
a
critical
messed
were
up
can
from
mic.
respond to that
enforcement
But
question.
actions, basically, also, not just convictions or anything like that. So, to get to the question, it was more so enforcement actions, in which I also said including apprehensions and expulsions. So, and that's also where the term, there are nuances to this, but those are the numbers.
Right. Okay. So I advocate for people who are immigrants. I have advocated for people who have gotten deported, who were facing deportation, who were sitting in ICE jails. I know how this works. So the point that I'm making to you is an immigrant comes in the country. They could have gotten here by legal measures, right? They had a visa, the visa expired. They're here in the country. They got here legally, right? But then they became illegally here via the visa expiring, right? They commit a crime in 2012. Whatever the situation is, NYPD takes a while to figure out, oh, snap, that person did that crime and convicted. They stay in Rikers for whatever their sentence is. After their sentence is complete at Rikers, ICE picks them up. ICE is counting the numbers of the enforcement at that point. They're not counting it from 2012. That's the point that I'm making to you. So I hear what you're saying, but no, the enforcement is not the weight of when it happened under a presidency, because really that it happened under the presidency in 2012, and it happened under the presidency when they became illegal or when they crossed the border illegally. That's different than ICE finally pursued them and arrested them in 2020. That's different. That's not when the crime happened. That's not when they came in the country. That's not when they were actively violating anything. That's just when
I don't
ICE
think
got a hold of
nobody
them.
was making that argument though,
That's
because
it.
the thing about criminality, the thing is you don't get caught. So to try to condition these stats to say that enforcement is a reflection of the people that's actually here, that's actually criminals, is kind
All
of
I'm saying
non-existent.
is there's more accurate numbers about the crimes themselves under
Yeah,
specific
we
presidencies
use the
that
numbers
are
to prove
different
what
than
we
what
prove.
the,
It wasn't to make
the
an absolute argument that the crime numbers are as specific as to those getting the people that's getting caught by law enforcement. We know most people that's crossing the border have no contact with law enforcement. They go about and live their lives. You know what I mean? So I
So
don't
if I
think we're
remember
trying to use.
correctly, and Purple has reasserted that the question was about under which president were the crimes happening, was the violations happening. And so the story that I'm telling is about how the ICE numbers is not really a good measure of that, because they're telling you enforcement numbers. They're not telling you the story that I just told you, which is
Don't
makes
think
it
any
different.
stats tell
I'm
the
sorry,
full
let me
story
can I
though.
just finish what I'm saying? It doesn't tell the full
You
story
making an argument
under
nobody
it
You
arguing.
kind of
doesn't
been
address.
talking for a while.
all right, wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on, because we do have other people that was raising their hands as well. I wanted y'all to hash out what points were being made, and what I'm hearing Balboa say is that when we were doing the fact checking for the crimes, because that's what we were talking about, the crimes that migrants were making. If the crime was being charged in 2016, but it happened in 2012, that is two different numbers. So I get the point that she's making.
Exactly.
The point that everybody else is making, I feel as though is
Can I share my
That's
screen, Idris?
and that's a in-depth look that we absolutely didn't have the time to do. Like,
Right.
So
And
can I
also, the
share my
overall number
screen?
was not ICE, it
and
was the U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Can I show my screen?
which is similar
All
to
right.
ICE,
Oh, good.
the enforcement
So,
practices.
uh, yeah, but you go share your screen in a second. Hold on, Sunshine, because Munchie also raised his hand. Humble raised his hand. Purple raised his hand. We have like hands raised to say something as well.
Issa Rep
Uh,
you know,
said that Sunshine took his box.
oh,
I was just going to show y'all the information about what you guys have been going back and forth. I
I was
had
the
put it
first
in the
one to raise my
comments
hand, though.
earlier. Oh, I'm sorry.
you say you put it in the comments.
No, I don't, I don't screen share and stuff like that. I did put in the comments earlier where you guys could have just went to the CBP app. And if you go to the CBP app provides you with all the information. That's what when this first started, I was saying that to you guys. The CBP app provides you with all the information from 2017 all the way up until now. Every year, you can see how it increased amongst migrants. It's specifically for
Oh, thank
migrants. It's
you.
a federal website. That's what I was going to show you guys.
Sure. Well, we can
Okay.
see that.
With that,
Let's look at that.
yeah, with that being said, I do still want you to show that in a second if you can stay around, but I have to go to Munchie, Humble, Purple, Fusion, like other people
Actually,
been
I
waiting
raised
to
my hand
talk.
before all of them. I actually kind of raised my hand before all of them. If you kind of look at the comments, but I'll wait.
Well, I've
Oh, I'm
raised my
sorry,
hand three
hon.
times.
I'll wait though.
Okay.
It's all good. I'll wait.
Munchie, you still here?
I'm still here, man. My bad. I just came outside just now because fucking we just sang happy birthday and all that. The I want to congratulate Purple, Queen, Craig, Critical Camp, the brother Chocolate, and OG Moses as well, man, for a great performance. Right. I want y'all to know that when I see certain people up, I expect certain things, and I think with the time allotted, um, that you guys could have did more. Not saying that you didn't do great, right? But it could have been even better than what it was,
Yes.
as far as presentation, But I think overall, I loved it. I like the way you guys kept y'all composure. There wasn't no fighting back and forth. We didn't really have to take a long break at all, which is really unseen on Bigo, So, and the fact that it was such a sensitive topic, this is a topic that affects everybody's life in America. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has their opinions or their sides that they like to choose. But yeah, overall, man, I had a great time. I wish um, I would have had a little more time to be super focused. You know what I'm saying? But overall, I listened to y'all and heard everything you had to say. Um, and like I said, I stuck more on the presentation. I would have liked to be informed. I would have liked to come in as a fresh mind and really get swayed. And I think that that's what was lacking. I didn't see. I didn't. Neither one of y'all persuaded me to vote for it either. You know. But it was great information presented, and that's
So,
all I have to say.
Munchie, let me tell you something,
Yes, sir.
bro. I mean, and I take these debates pretty serious, but at the same time, if I still need to convince you who you should or should not vote for, um, it it's kind of crazy to me because there's so much information out there already being talked about. I didn't come into this debate thinking I was going to change anybody's mind. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, I wanted to give some information. I wanted to talk about it so that we could all, have a discussion. But at the same time, I know that I'm not changing somebody's mind at this point. We're what, 20 days away? I mean, It's the ninth hour, dog. If you don't already know who you're voting for, it's a problem.
Well, I vote more on when I come. I do have some gnosis. I'm not that ignorant to it, But what to do? But at the end of the day, the for me, I base my vote on who could do better for me. Like I do like some Democrats and I do like some Republicans. I judge more on the state that I'm in and not the country in totality. Um, and that's all I have to say about that, more or less. You know what I'm saying? I would have liked to just have more convincing points. I get it, but people say stuff. It's election time. It gets dirty, But may the best person win. You can't say the best man. May the best person win the election. Either or, I don't see. I don't see any of the either way. I don't see it affecting us on either side at that much. That's just where I feel.
Humble.
Blessings, blessings. I just want to comment on the fact checking during the debate. I heard a lot of complaints. Most came from the comments. About the fact checking and things of that nature, about how AI was being utilized. And I do want to make this a point. This is for future debates and all. AI itself is not a source. AI give you sources, but AI, like AI is like Google. Like you don't Google is not a source. You don't go and Google something like, well, Google gave me this. No, you go to Google. Google give you a list of sources to choose from. That's what AI does. You go to AI, you ask it a question. AI will give you a list of sources to tell you this is where this comes from. So if someone is using AI to fact check, they're not using AI itself, but they're using a source that AI gave them to fact check. And normally, regularly, damn near all the time, it's a source that you could either go to Google and go get, is damn near a source that any other site you can go to Google, you can go to Cupid, you can go to Bing, you can go to any of these other search engines and you can get the same sources. So we need to stop when we have these debates that, oh, well, they're using AI. Oh, well, they're using AI. Oh, well, they're using AI. Because the same argument is for Google. Oh, well, how did you get all your information? Google. That's the same damn thing as AI. So we have to stop with that. I land my plane with that.
Thank you. Short flight. Go ahead, food. No,
All right.
purple.
Well,
I'm
thank you
sorry.
very
It's on
much.
purple. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry, food.
technically, I
It's
raised my.
definitely
Hey,
on
look.
purple.
Technically, I raised my hand now. I raised my hand
I
before
know
everybody.
everybody raised their hand. It's not, no,
Uh,
not before
Camp, if you
everybody.
if
nah,
camp
before
if
everybody.
camp
Before
no
everybody. You look at the
camp if you
comments. Though.
scroll back,
It's all right. I'm
if
a
you scroll
gentleman,
back,
though. I'm
my
a
hand
gentleman.
is up
Go
before
ahead.
yours.
Go.
If you scroll all the
I'll
way
be quiet.
back,
No,
my
you
hand is
scroll
up
up.
before
No,
yours.
no, you scroll up. My hand before everybody.
Okay.
Everybody. Oh yeah, it's right there. Right before humble. I was right there. I can
Uh,
screenshot it and put it in
I
the comments,
okay.
but I was there. But go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
No,
It's no big
it,
thing.
no, 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 no. If I'm wrong, I'm
I
wrong.
think Isa should pick.
Nah, it's
Isa
late.
should
So
pick
go
his
ahead.
thoughts. She has
And
the
plus you
overall
a
say.
panelist. I don't hear what you got to say anyway. So go ahead. I just give you a little hard time. It's all right.
So, a a couple things. I, Balboa was correct on how I asked the question. Rep originally answered it the way that I asked it, um, and then I kind of pushed back a little bit when I asked, "Are you including expulsions?" But we had already taken up so much time, and I didn't want to be the one to continue to eat up the clock. So I just, left it alone. Um, Humble's gone, but I was going to answer some of the criticism that Humble had. Um, for me, because you said it was more conversational. I guess it was just the way that I interpreted her ideologies. To me, that's kind of like more personal than professional. So I was thinking, okay, these are the things that happened in her life, and this is why her personal life and her professional life, and this is why she's taking the policy stances that she's taking. As far as me personally, there was also criticism of us not staying on point. It was hard for me personally keeping up with the other team, with the way that they were comfortable with their debate style, because when they would hit it over to the next person didn't always stay on topic with what the first person had. And so I'm listening and I'm hearing three different points from three different trains of thought, and I lost focus. And that's not me blaming the other team. It's my responsibility to try to stay focused, but that's what was happening with me. That's all. Thank you.
Uh,
Go
all
ahead,
right.
food. And then
All right. I
Fusion. I'm
appreciate
sorry,
you.
Fusion.
All right. So look, I'll be really quick with this. I feel that with everything that you guys saying, I don't know if you guys came together and decided with even with the fact check your sources where you can go to. I think a lot of stuff should have been more. And I don't know if y'all did it or not. Agreed upon of how you guys want the debate to kind of to go because it seems like the stuff that uh, probably could have been handled ahead of time before the debate was doing it during the debate and it was kind of taking I don't know it was taking me kind of out of the whole vibe with it because after a while it was just fact check fact check fact check. Now I'm not going to go against um, a person that was using it because you're utilizing the debate rules and actually technically not even technically you guys actually won by using that chance because I feel like if you use enough fact check you get someone kind of you'll keep someone lacking because you'll lose some points. So I will say you guys utilize the rules, but I will say the whole point of I think the debate and I think one of the judges was saying is to be informed. I don't think I didn't get as much information that I wanted to hear about Kamala Harris. It seems like it was more one-sided sometimes with Trump. And I really, and I'm not just talking smack, I really want to hear more of Kamala Harris and her views and and her policies. I want to hear more details and, people could talk about that. And I have one more, and I know I'm going to be mad because I'm going to forget it. Fuck, I'm going to forget it. All right, man. I guess it's not meant for me to say. I
I
forgot it.
want to hear
All right.
more about Trump's plans. Where's his plans at?
I
You
mean,
looking for him?
I think we all, but this is the thing. I think with the candidates, we start talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of stuff we're talking more about generalization of the policies of the border and everything else, and it's not really necessarily what the candidates want, what their ideas, what their perspective of them. It was a more of the information that I wanted to hear. I feel like with the debates, it's pretty much you guys are speaking for the candidates the best y'all can do. And I will say you guys did a really excellent job on both sides. I just wanted to hear more information about Kamala. I think I heard enough about Trump, but I just want to hear more from her perspective from a biased opinion. I just wanted to hear more from her. That's all. Something else I can't remember, but fuck it. It's not meant for me to say it.
Yeah,
Oh, what was
right
it?
before
Oh,
you
I'm
go,
sorry. I'm sorry.
Fusion.
This is what it
God.
is. This is what it is. This is what it is. This is what it is. All right. So, and I say this right. With anybody, this is on both sides, from Kamala team or Trump team. I will say it's a little bit kind of. I feel kind of weird about this whole debate because it seems like the debate. Because I think you lose like when you do a fact check as a queen, you lose a point or 2 points if you have a false information out there, right?
Yeah.
How you take I have a point. I think that is a right thing, but I feel like we were. I mean, I think the one with the like when we talk about when we talk about the billion versus a trillion, that is a right way of taking that points off, and I think Moses actually accepted that. But I think when we were playing semantic when we're talking about headquarters, I think the other judge was saying about AI and supporting AI. The information I pulled up was actually in AI, so but that wasn't used. So then we went to semantics of home base and we're going into the words, but the original words of saying China have a headquarters. So if you look at it from that perspective, they have a headquarters. Now, how you want to look at it and how they define it, what you identify as, that's fine. But if it says a headquarters in there, that's what it is. It's not no bigger there. And I feel like if you lose a pretty much a debate off a semantics of hey, what you identify what a headquarters is, it's kind of I don't know. It just kind of cheapens it. That is my perspective.
I think they were pretty much just fact checking what the panelists said because what else can we
Right.
fact
Oh,
check?
wait, hold on. Yeah, that's basically right. So, firstly, I'm gonna say when it comes down to the fact check and how we set up these debates, everybody can attest that we had a thorough conversation about how we did fact checking. Rep spent a lot of time explaining how he does it and what he uses to do things, right? And I feel like everybody that's a part of the debate can attest to that. So when it comes to like how they feel about how he fact checks tonight, I just feel like they heard what was being done, but they didn't really process how it's gonna get done and what it's gonna look like. Because you really don't know what's gonna happen until it happens in front of you, right? So I just want everyone to keep in mind that we give these brothers 4 to 5 minutes to look up however many questions that you've asked. I just want to like really put that into perspective as well while we're doing this, right? And lastly, when it comes to the headquarters conversation, Purple asked him verbatim if he's talking about the main headquarters and if he was saying that the main headquarters was overseas. In fact, that's not what he was saying, but that's what he agreed to. So when he
Yeah.
looked it up, when it got looked up, that's what
Yeah.
happened, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. When it came to the second round, I reminded everybody that Rep told them how fact checking is happening, and also to be specific in what they were saying. And I think these are throwaway lines, but they're not. They're very
Yeah, you did great.
strategic. So,
Hey, but you did a
um,
great job as a queen. I hope everybody we can have another debate, man. You did a great job. You're the Sinetta of Big O. So you did a great job. I love your
that's high
I'm
praise,
about to
and I
jump out, let
appreciate
someone
that.
else go on here, but hey, I appreciate the panelists. Y'all did really, really great. You guys did a really great job, and like hopefully, like I said, I'll hear more from you guys. We got 20 more days. Let's get a couple more debates, man. If you guys didn't follow, make sure y'all follow the panelists and obviously is the queen. So, all right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you, appreciate you. Fusion is on you. Let me go back in the comments to see who else is on. But go ahead, Fusion.
I'm still having to drink bleach in my water here in my county. I have to buy decent water.
What?
Well, sorry for your struggle. Sorry for your
I'm
struggle.
sorry.
Wait, is the debate still going on?
No,
No.
we're just talking.
Oh, okay. I was like, there. I've been who won the debate? I lost connection for the longest.
Team Kamala. I gotta put my sound effects on. I was so late. But yeah, Team Kamala. I know Fusion is doing things as well, so I'm gonna go beyond that. Rep, I saw your name your hand in the comments as well.
Yep.
And
But
please forgive me
unfortunately,
if I'm out of order, y'all.
yeah, unfortunately, I forgot what I was going to say, but I think you hit the nail on the head. It was pretty much that, pre-debate, we literally, they even gave us examples. I think Moses had recommended, what if someone says, is it true that this person said that they eat dogs or something like that? And we were like, listen, the fact checking is going to be as literal as you word it to me is how I will type it into the fact checking mechanism. And so that said, preemptively, they had just as much time for any claims that they wanted to make to literally run it through. I even told them what tools I'm using. So um, we did the best we could. These things are real time, and real time, although it may take away, it also gives it takes away to the flow of the overall debate. It adds to the value of individuals who are here for information that might not know that information, as well as the judging process. So it's unfortunately a necessary evil from my purview. But I think everybody did a really, really good job. I completely concur with the fact that it never got super testy or nasty, except in the comments, but that was mostly trolling. And everybody was as professional as possible. We all know, like this is said, everybody's got busy work schedules, people traveling while they're debating. We appreciate everything, even the last minute judges, because those were super critical to making sure that this went down efficiently and effectively.
Um, I had my hand up. I don't know if I was after Balboa or before Balboa. Um, but Balboa, if I can just say something real quick. Um, I wasn't using fact checking as a strategy to shave off points. If I was doing that, I wouldn't have asked people to clarify what they said first, because if I misunderstood what they were saying, I wasn't going to fact check it. But, when I asked them to repeat it and they double down on what they say, well, then I'm going to fact check it. My other motivation was, it's been my experience that off that there's rhetoric on both sides, but I see from my perspective misinformation and um, sometimes outright lies coming from the other side. I'm not saying that we don't, this side doesn't do it, but we're talking about from my perspective. And so I want to stem that as effectively as possible. So if I hear something that I just don't think is quite right, and I know people are listening and trying to gather information, I want to make sure that they have the correct information. And I welcome myself being fact checked. So that was my motivation. It wasn't some strategy to just shave off points. I just wanted clear information out there.
Well said. We're going to Balboa Queen Mako.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing him say at all anything about Google AI headquartered in China. I heard Google and Apple had to move their headquarters because of Trump, which is totally not factual, right? And then everybody is
Correct.
then now trying to say, well, it was this location, it was that location. A headquarters is a headquarters. Nobody considers something that you put overseas to just run a part of an operations the headquarters. The headquarters is where it's like the command center for the whole corporation. That thing overseas was not the command center for the whole corporation. We're not thinking of that as a headquarters. I don't even know like why that is a continuous part of this debate. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, he also said not a headquarters, he said the headquarters. Both times when he said it and when I asked him to clarify.
Uh, Queen, it's on you.
I thought it was Mako. Okay,
No,
I'll
it was
wait.
me first.
I'll wait.
I just wanted to say thank you. to Issa Queen and Rep for the opportunity. I wanted to thank Purple because she is the one who invited me for her team. I honestly have never participated in something like this before, and it was a good experience. I would gladly do it again. To address, I don't remember who made this comment, but in regards to not showing things on the screen and not having some sort of rep, uh, example for what it was that we were talking about. Again, I'm very new to this. I'm very new to this app. I didn't know how to do that. So that's on me for being, I guess, not 100% prepared. But again, if I was to be able to do something like this again, I would, for surely be more prepared. But I just want to say thank you to the audience. Thank you to the participants, both sides. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to everybody. And it was a great experience. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you for being a part of this. I know you had things to do today. We had a whole conversation about that. So thank you for, you know, adding this to your busy day, because I know this wasn't easy. And I know I just gave you homework as a grown ass adult on top of your busy schedule.
Yeah, I know I had to write a paper for school and I had to do this. So it's okay, though. I would do it again.
Right. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, for everybody like that are doing this, like it's not like people are just showing up and just talking. No, they are really putting their lives on the side and, you know, coming up with this information for everybody. So, easy on them. Mako, we're going to you.
I'd like to thank Balboa for what she just said. That's pretty much what I was going to say. So I relinquished my time.
Okay, cool. So, yeah. Anybody else have anything else that they wanted to add?
Yeah, I
Subtract,
forgot.
multiply?
Go ahead.
When I spoke, I forgot to mention, and I looked it up to confirm it. The CBP numbers, which is the Customs and Border Patrol, right, are pretty much similar to ICE. They're not exactly the same, but I mean in the methods of how they're doing their reporting about who they're reporting on, right? However, CBP is actually a worse source because they're also including people people that they apprehended from overseas for infractions here in the US, right? So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who came into the country illegally and are migrants here, right? Which is different than somebody that got apprehended overseas for some violation to America. It could be somebody that's getting extradited or something like that. You know what I mean? So, and I put that in the comments earlier, but my other phone died, so I can't do it again right now. But I think I sent that to Rep as well. So yeah, so it's like the methods of how the numbers are devised is also an important part. And I know that in a short period of time, and they're just glancing, and this might be new information to them. They don't know about those methods. I get it. I'm not like putting judgment on anybody. I'm just putting the information out there because that's important to me, how people perceive what's happening, because it weighs into, like, for instance, did this happen under which presidency? People are making decisions based on that. So I think the facts are important. But
So we don't
lastly,
include people traveling on jet planes. I get it.
yeah, somebody said something about jets. Like, anyway, and then I just wanted to say that Moses is lucky that he left. I was waiting for the official part of the debate to be over because I was gonna kick him. But anyway, that being said, it's a good time. This was a great debate. It was a great platform. It was very lively. The comments were buzzing. The room hit 500. So congratulations, and congratulations to Team Kamala.
Hey, yo, I wanted to piggyback a couple of conversations about Purple Deep. I thought, for a moment, I was thinking, there's a lot of fact checking going on. But now that I think about it, I'm like, they basically lost almost every point that you said fact checked on. So they were, for the most part, and then I noticed this in the conversation that they were just talking. And so then they basically were telling stories about most of the points they were bringing up. It's not like they were telling facts. That's what I noticed. Like every point they brought up, they lost, or every point you brought up, they lost, which was crazy. And then they started getting, and then it really is kind of now that you all are saying that you all met and discussed how the fact checkers would fact check, what the parameters would be, and then they started complaining about it during the thing. That makes it or shows that they're not really being genuine. They just started, I guess, kirking out once they started feeling like they were losing. When they saw that they were losing their points, that their arguments were weak. That's interesting.
Who's next to speak? Because I'd like to thank that guy for his statement.
You.
Very interesting.
Okay, good. Yeah. In box number 9, I guess it is. Yes, you paid attention. Hopefully, there will be another debate where you will be a judge, because that's what we need. We need people to pay attention to what's actually being said and what was actually done, and whether it was a vice president's 4 years or a president's 4 years. I'm from New York City. I know Donald Trump. He is a racist. He based his candidacy. I can't even say the word. He based everything he's saying on
You're missing the
racism.
T. You're missing the T.
I'm sorry. Yes, let me try something. Trump does not want to do anything to help anyone. He wants to help his friends, everyone in his administration was under indictment. A lot of them went to jail for what they said, what they did. Everyone that supported him, down to the speechwriter, everybody. Somebody has done something wrong within those 4 years Trump was the president. He is a major problem. That's why we're having these debates. We want people to understand the truth compared to the lies. And to see, I'm amazed. I'm a veteran, first of all. I'm from New York, second of all. I was really amazed that a person at this day and time, day and age, can start off and base his
Candidacy.
Yes, thank you. On
Science.
racism,
How'd you know
and to
that was the
actually
word?
win. It's a hard word for me to pronounce.
The powers of a black woman. That's how she knew. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay.
She reads mind. Yeah. Like I said, in this day and age, we could never.
Every
I
woman.
was surprised. I was surprised that a racist can actually win the presidency, and that, I think, that's pretty much the reason why he lost it. You know what I'm saying? It was a fair election. Hopefully, this election will be fair again. We can see how things can be swayed because, like he said, he placed the judges on the Supreme Court to allow a major law, the abortion law, to be changed. Wow. We are living in history. You know what I'm saying? When we get old, we tell our grandchildren this is what happened during our day and time. January 6th influenced October 7th. And that's why we send money overseas, because guess what? They wasn't blowing up or attacking Israel. What country you think they were blowing up and attacking? America. All this nonsense about letting terrorists in. Do you see a lot of explosions? Do you see a lot of terrorist attacks happening here in America? No, jackass. It's happened overseas. The reason why America is blowing up, what's that Middle East country where it's the Red Sea? There was pirates from, damn, I need to look on a map. There were pirates from what is that country that oh God, what is that country?
Jamal?
America?
I don't know.
No, it's oh God. All right.
Yemen?
I'll raise my hand
Yemen?
again and I'll come back with some facts. I'm sorry. Who's next?
I had my hand raised. There was so much. I always want to call you academic, but it's not. It's academic. Oh, and he is in curtains. But anyway, there was a lot more I wanted to fact check, but I took um, Ruby's exasperation into consideration. I didn't want to piss the judges off.
That's important.
I'm sorry. 2 points for Team Blue in any round is wild. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I was pretty
I
disappointed
was
because
surprised by that. Yeah.
Like, what? Did you hear the other team? Okay.
yeah, I was pretty disappointed because I understood, why. Well, I don't even I can't even say I understood why. Um, but I don't know. I don't understand why. But as a judge, that's their prerogative. But I was like, I don't think we're like too bad. I almost said too bad as TOO, but I'm saying TWO. I didn't think we were like two level bad. Um, I felt like, and that was Queen's round, and I felt like Queen talked about the border well. I don't know what more they wanted.
Can I just say that I
Okay.
did feel some type of way when they were talking about that, when they were saying, oh, they weren't stating facts and they weren't, it was like not getting to the point, because that's incorrect. Because everything that I was pointing out was from a factual website, was from a uh, government website, was from a website where all they were talking about was Harris's plans going forward, Harris's past dealings with border security and immigration. So to say that we weren't pointing out actual facts, that it was just we're just talking about whatever, was kind of wild to me.
Yeah, I kind of felt that way about my segment as well, because I said I broke it down into different categories of human rights, and this is what she did, and this is what she wants to do on each of these particular categories. I thought I was clear, but at the end of the day, it's not up to me, I guess.
To piggyback off of you as well, Purple, he said something about not giving information as to where we got our information from. And granted, I didn't state where I got my information from, but you, during your question answer process, stated several different websites and different information as to where you got the information you were talking about. So I was like, was they listening to the same thing that we were listening to? Because I heard you give a
I
website
did.
or give a case like this versus this. So you did
I
give the
did.
information out.
Yeah, I cited court cases. I cited where I got the information from. I did.
Okay. I looked the world map and I have the statement ready that I would like to say. Can I say it?
Do your thing.
Oh, okay. So again, I'm a veteran, so I do pay attention to world affairs. So the Houthis, right, in Yemen are Iran backed, and they started attacking shipping vessels
I said
along the
Yemen.
Red. Well, I couldn't get the Houthi out. I needed somebody to say Houthi for me.
Oh, yeah. You weren't gonna get that from me.
Yeah, so so what I was trying to say, uh,
You good? You
was
good?
that oh, okay. Well, that the Houthis were backed by Iran, and they've been disrupting international trade to the point where the U.S., as usual, has to play Big Brother, and the U.S. and the UK had to bomb the country of Yemen. Well, we've been bombing the country of Yemen, but it's been out the news. You have to look at other news. You have to look at other news sources to get this information, like Al Jazeera. I look at Al Jazeera because they are unbiased. They are just reporting what is happening on the ground. That's why, to this point, you don't hear a lot about what's going on in Palestine because you know what the Israeli forces are doing? They're blowing up anybody and everybody that is in the Gaza Strip, the Gaza Strip. You know what I'm saying? And that's not right. You can't um conduct genocide on an entire ethnicity of people like what has been done in the past. You know what I'm saying? Um what is his name? Uh
Netanyahu,
Israeli yeah, Netanyahu
Benjamin
will
Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu will probably go under a lot of uh when you go to war and war crimes. He'll probably face a lot of war crimes just as Putin. So look forward for that if you do pay attention to world affairs. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
No, thank you. And my brother said, I'm going on mute and I'm coming back with the facts. That's what he said.
Thank you.
That's what I heard.
Are we still recording? It's like been 5 hours. Everybody left before I was able to close out. I didn't even I didn't even tell
want to
y'all that
apologize.
I have other events coming up. Like everybody just gone. But go ahead.
I want to apologize again for losing my cool. I just
No problem, sis.
it had gotten to be a bit much for me at that point, and I do believe I know what he said, that he was mocking her, except for he kind of repeated exactly what I said, and I wasn't repeating what she said. So I didn't feel like I was getting like a proxy mocking.
I don't know about
But
y'all, but my moment of the night was, so are y'all fact checking your own facts? Because we got to repeat that.
oh my
Word.
God, and
Like I'm gonna say this and then check and see if it's right. I'm
I
just say
wanted
this,
to
but
fact check that so badly. I did, but I just 300,000 kids, but I just knew that was a rabbit hole that nobody wanted to go down.
One thing
Yeah,
that I
that's how
wanted to
you
bring
get
up.
stuck. Don't let them do that to you. Talk about kidnapping kids and all of that
Yeah.
extra stuff. Then you get stuck
I,
on kidnapping and not the actual topic. It always happens.
I actually had two quick points that I wanted to bring up as it pertains to something that Craig said. Didn't want to seem unbiased, so I was going to save him for Ruby's after show. But when Craig was like, how are we okay with letting somebody in that hasn't been elected in? I wanted to be like, well, you kind of know that that's how the process works, right? That if somebody has to bow out, that the next that's what happens. That's how the system is set up. Like, what if it was an assassination? You know what I'm saying? The vice president would take over. That's literally how the process works. So you want to change the game midstream,
Or
and then secondly,
a contested convention would have been disastrous.
the other thing I wanted to bring up was that there was like a conflicting point that Craig made when he said that people are coming over here, and you can't have a policy where you let people coming over here just because they want to find jobs. But then he was saying, but there's people at the border terrorizing them, trying to push them over, so their lives are at stake. So is it an asylum situation? You can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? You're arguing on both sides of the argument.
yeah, and
go ahead.
I haven't heard many people speak to it, but it is by law within the party that allows for exactly what happened with Biden and Kamala to happen. So it's not It's not what they're trying to make it out to be at all.
And the thing about it that kills me about that is, oh, they want to say, oh, she wasn't voted for. She was always a part of the ticket. So the 13.3 million votes they got in the primary also went to Kamala. It wasn't just Joe Biden by himself. And
Yeah.
like Balboa said, that is a part of the process. When Joe Biden decided to step down, he could have not said anything at all. But the safest bet and the thing to do was to speak up and endorse Kamala because, like Purple said, a contested convention would have been a disaster, especially when states like Michigan have to put on the ballot the person who has been nominated by their
Yeah,
party
but
by a certain date, which would have been the Wednesday after the Democratic convention started. And had they not picked a candidate at that point, there would be no Democratic Party candidate on the Michigan ballot. Michigan is a swing
and
state. It is very important.
but let's also be clear about this. Joe Biden's actions did not prevent a contested election.
I
If they
know.
still wanted, everything that happened could have still happened, and at the convention, all those people could have decided we don't want Kamala. They could have
That is
listened to
correct.
constituencies where they are in the district that they got elected, and those people could have told them, like, what the hell? And they could have decided, I'm not giving my vote at the
And
convention. That's why they did the whole counting process, right?
to your point,
It still was a democratic process.
and to your point, to add to that, remember that a lot of the electors came out and threw their support behind Kamala before the convention ever happened. So she had the votes wrapped up for the convention before the convention even started. They was all on board with that. Nobody contested it.
The other thing that's ignored is how are people saying like nobody wanted her, but she's the most fundraised presidential candidate in history. Near $1 billion, if not $1 billion
Big
at this point,
facts.
is how much she has raised. Obviously, somebody's interested in her being president.
I have an unbiased, just an open question to the blue team. Do you feel in any way, form, or fashion that perhaps Biden should have stepped down a little sooner in acknowledgement of his situation?
That's a tough one. I mean, I think he was in denial.
Wait, what was the question? I didn't hear it.
Should Biden
Does
have stepped
anybody,
aside sooner?
from you guys' perspective, just a perspective question?
I don't necessarily think so. I think the process was the process, right? I think that he also could have still chosen not to step aside. That could have been a choice. And I also never agreed with people. While I could tell he was not his best, the thing that has always been confusing to me is where they put the most judgment on him is in that last debate that he had, right?
Right.
And in that debate, if you took that man's every statement and put it in a spreadsheet and fact checked it, and then took Trump's statements that they weren't making those judgments are and fact checked that, Trump is a loser. And Biden really spoke to American policy. He spoke to efforts that his administration had put forward and legislation that had been passed and future plans. So you're judging on appearance and how he sounds instead of whether he actually answered the questions. And you're ignoring that the opposition was not answering questions, had to constantly
Great
be
point.
reminded to get on topic, right?
Great
So
point.
how is it that Biden was failing? It's so,
Great point.
yeah, that's my position on that. It's really ridiculous.
We should judge Trump on his actions right now. He's not willing to do a second debate. He never answers the questions. He always reverts back to foolishness. That's what we should be judging right now. That candidate, that ex-president, that is garbage, straight garbage.
Also, you have to remember when it comes to Biden, Initially, when he ran for office, he said he was going to be a one and done president. But then as time went on, and when he saw that Trump was running again, he said this himself, that he decided that he was going to run for reelection because he didn't want to leave things to uncertainty. And a whole bunch of people throw their name in the ring for the Democrats candidate, and then we pick somebody, and then that person ends up losing and Trump gets elected. He felt, and the people felt, like he was the most viable option to beat Trump at that time. And that is why he threw his name in the ring. And like Balboa said, up until the point of that debate, everything was all good. And again, like she said, they're basing their reactions off of the delivery of the message instead of the actual message itself, which the actual message itself was policy. He was speaking to facts. He was not up there telling lies through his teeth or anything like that. So when he did decide to step down, which I'm sure he went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just trying to do that. But when he did decide down, that like there to me is like a courageous act. He decided to put the country instead of in front of himself. He decided to put party in front of himself. He didn't keep an ego and be like, I'm just going to keep running no matter what, even though at this point I probably can't win. So he did what was best for us.
I have one more question, and this is another subjective question. How did you guys feel when Moses made the point that putting a woman into office would not be respected by Middle Eastern powers?
Boiling, because I just watched a video the other day. There are like 40 something women in positions of power across the entire world, whether they be presidents, prime ministers, or anything like that. Mexico just elected their very first female president, and all these women who are in positions of power are respected. So why is it that you feel like a woman in power in the United States wouldn't be respected?
Well said. See, from my perspective, you can't have it both ways. If you're suggesting that it would be a problem fundamentally, then you're almost siding with the fact that their country's treatment of women is what is going to be the bar. You got to stand against what's wrong.
I didn't
Yeah.
address it because I'm exhausted from it. I think Issa, weren't you and I? It was either me and Issa or me and Balboa were on a panel, and I pointed out how many. Because the question was, if she's on her period, she's going to start a nuclear war, and I pointed out how many women in power with nuclear capabilities, and we haven't had a nuclear war. It's just exhausting, and some people around these Vigo streets are very, very sexist, and I just knew if I addressed it, it was just going to devolve and go left field, and we were really going to get off topic. And then I would have heard, Kamala's a man, she's a bitch, she's all this stuff. So I just said, I'm just going to not even deal with it.
You take that high road.
Yeah, that Communist Party coming back to haunt this country.
One more time, what did he say? The Communist Party what?
What?
I really wouldn't address it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, strike that. Strike that from the
From the Bigo record.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the point that you made too when Purple, when you were like you guys are referring to capitalism versus communism, but like the fact is that there's so many things that are like communistic, public transportation, like you could just go on and on and on down the list. It's
And socialist. And I would, I was gonna
socialist.
push him. I was gonna push him on that. I was bringing up the VA, but again, I was just like, it's not. It's off topic. I'm just gonna let it go.
Yeah, you got to choose your battles. And to any claims of unfairness, like there's potential unfairness on both sides because it's impossible to score this thing like so empirically. You know, you got them doing a different debate style of going in and out and using time. I remember during the pre-debate, there was mention that they felt like any conversation wouldn't take 6 minutes. They thought they could do it in 3 minutes. I don't know if it was boisterous, but you know, they pretty much consume most of the time in most situations. And but I just think overall, I just really enjoyed it. It was really a good effort put by forth by all parts, and I think it was necessary. And I think it went down without a hitch, fundamentally. So I'm happy and I'm proud, and I know Issa's tired because she hasn't said a word.
Yeah, I know I'll be ready to kick people out, right? Yeah, I know how I'll be doing after the debate. But I wanted Team Kamala to bask in the glory because they've been kicking Kamala's back in on these panels for long enough. So do your thing. I'm just over here doing bedtime routines. I'm listening though. I'm here.
Yeah, I guess they went to lick their wounds.
You know, I do actually have I have a debate recommendation, and number one, I'm always open for, you know, just style improvements, things that we can do better. Just want to be open minded. My one recommendation is something we discussed before. I think when we discussed it previously, we said like when you're about to have like a 2 minute warning, it's almost distracting when you say 2 minutes when somebody's actually mid speech. So if we had
You like a
something
bell.
that yeah, I was gonna say a bell, but even a bell might be distracting. Even like just hitting a pencil on the table, like that way you know that it's like that's the 2 minute mark. Yeah, I mean that way
Hmm.
you know it's something like background noise.
Just like they do in UFC, you hit a clap when there's a minute left.
Mm-hmm. Just to keep the flow of things as much as possible.
And some of the criticism that we received was not all of us participating, but I stepped back often because I didn't want to take over because I know if I get into it, I'll just keep going and going and going, and I didn't want to do that.
And for Team
Definitely share
Kamala,
the
it
flow.
sounded like you guys pretty much had a person allocated for each question. Is that what you did? Because
Yes,
you came with a lot of facts and a lot of information. You used your time efficiently. You know, is that what you did?
yes.
Okay, I think it
That's
worked
Hmm.
for you
that's
guys.
actually super important because you know when you can master the time, almost it gives the appearance that you rehearsed and that you know you knew the time interval and how much information you could present in that time. And provided you didn't stutter, it looks masterful. And I'm not gonna hold you. The way that you were utilizing the fact checks, that was masterful. You know, I remember OG at one point indicating they didn't leave us much to fact check. Well, executed. That's one.
Right.
That's my fault.
You
Yeah, I
can't fight
found it
what's right, but you sure
interesting.
can fight what's wrong.
I did find it interesting with as much as they say that Kamala lies and she doesn't do certain things that they didn't fact check any of your information.
I
I
wish
found
they
that
did.
very telling.
I wish they
There
did.
was also one. There was also one other point. Late in the debate, OG Moses asked a question that was asked in the very opening. I think it was by Munchie Man. He said, "If I fact check someone and then I'm proven wrong, does the other team, you know, do I get
Get the point.
a ding for the wrong?" And they literally said no. And then OG Moses asked it late in the debate. So I'm like, maybe he didn't hear.
Yeah, that would be like when you call a book in spades, claiming that
Mm-hmm.
they reneged. If you're
Reneging.
wrong,
Renee.
the point goes
Hmm.
against you. So that's
Right.
actually not a bad method.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's dangerous
Appreciate
though
you.
because
They always be wanting
the only
that.
thing
They be always wanting that point. Like, no, no, no. You don't get kudos because you didn't lie today. Like, the
you know the
hell?
dangerous the dangerous part about doing that. The dangerous part of doing that would be if somebody does that and then it backfires on them, then they'll be reluctant to fact check for going forward. You know what I mean? They're like,
Mm.
we can't afford to risk it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
And especially in a debate like this, where so much could be potentially subjective information, depending on how it's worded. You know, we knew this was going to be a tough one, and we warned both camps. But we did our very best.
So Issa, when is your next debate and what is it about? Issa Queen.
I don't have a debate coming up next. The next panel I'm doing will be a presentation on the history of Islam. It's the part 2 of that one. That's going to be Wednesday. And then I'm also having a trans talk next Sunday with Aminadel. She's going to have, it's going to be a whole conversation about the spectrum of sexuality and gender and all of those lovely things. So that's coming up as well.
Do you have a panel of trans members that you will be participating?
Yeah, I have a trans man participating. He's going to be the main part of the conversation, but I've also invited some other trans people to join us when we open up the panel.
And what time is the Islam on Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's around what, 5 for you?
3 California, 3 hours behind, so that'd be 5 p.m. Eastern. Sorry, Pacific. Sorry.
So, with all due respect to all parties involved, I don't know if I'm going to be working on a pre-event trailer for the trans thing because I'm not really sure what to do.
You need to ask the panelists what they would do, like how would they go about it, I guess, right? Issa Queen, does your trans panelists have an idea of what they're going to be talking about?
I keep putting myself on mute and talking. Y'all know I'm tired. It's really a part of one of my little side segments that I do, conversations with Issa. So it really would be a commercial for me, not so much the special guest that I have, but they just come up and I ask them a couple of questions, and I give them the space to answer. And then after I finish my questions, after they get their point across, I open up the panel. We have a full discussion about it.
And Issa, I have a bone to pick with you. You said you were going to play my debate trailer, and you forgot.
I did. I was looking for it on the YouTube thing, and then I couldn't find it, and then I couldn't find Mungie. I thought he wasn't showing up. It was a lot that I be going through on this side. Okay, on top of real life. I am sorry. I am sorry, though.
Could you do me a favor? Could you do me a favor, since I did put a lot of effort into it? Could you reduce your boxes to 9 and put me in the big box, and I'll play it now?
Yes, I can.
It might be 6 that you have to pull it to. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll put up to 6. Oh, speaking of the Islamic panel, God Energy just walked in. He will be presenting that panel. Yeah, I can't put you in the big box because there's too many of us on the panel.
Oh, okay.
How do I disconnect, I guess?
You would click the bottom right icon, and then it'll say disconnect.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
No, thank you. As soon as he finished the commercial, we could go right back to. You can come right back up. While he's getting that together, yeah, God Energy, he's doing a presentation on my panel. He already did his part 1, and it was a hit, and people wanted to hear more information. And he said he had more, so do part 2 of his I can't even speak.
Islam.
The Judeo-Christian origins of Islam, which the first one was really informative. I did not know a lot of that stuff, and he said he's gonna repeat some of it just for some people who missed the first one.
Actually, Issa,
So
I won't be able to play it because in order to play it, I'd have to take my headphones out and put the volume up so you can hear it. And once I put the volume up, it's gonna echo.
okay, we're still recording.
Shall I stop? Okay, let me stop now.
Yeah.
Year